You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you, and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is a busy day already. President Trump is speaking right now, but before we jump in to that, I do want to let you know some of the things that we are keeping an eye on and expecting, including this hour here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are monitoring a brush fire in Orlando. I can't necessarily tell a whole lot from that right there, but we're expecting an update any minute now from the public information officer with the Orlando Fire Department talking about their efforts. We know crews are on the Arnold Palmer Drive right now they've been working on containing a brush fire. We know there's quite a bit of risk right now because of our weather conditions. We'll talk about that coming up in just a little bit with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. But because of the drought, the low humidity, the wind, all of it just kind of factoring in to a high risk for brush fires. And so we're expecting an update on where things stand with that fire in Orlando that appeared to break out this morning. So we're standing by for that any minute now, and we'll bring that to you when it does begin. At 11:30, we're expecting to hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood, who's going to be talking about the arrest of a 12-year-old who is facing charges in connection with an alleged threat of a mass shooting at a middle school in Volusia County. So we're going to hear more from that coming up in just a little bit. A little bit later this afternoon, Sheriff Rick Staley from Flagler County going to be talking about a Flagler County cold case and some big developments in that. We are also following up on news from last night where a shoplifting suspect was shot in Orange County outside a Walmart. The second shoplifting suspect that has been shot in the past week in our area. So we'll get into that and also talk about those similar cases like that with one of our law enforcement experts. And we're also following up on the deadly shooting of a man who went inside the secure perimeter at Lago down in Palm Beach, was shot and killed. Investigators say he had a gas can. They don't know his motives, but this happened in the middle of the night, and it certainly does not seem well. So we're going to talk with one of our experts about that case coming up in just a little bit as well, about the importance of maintaining those perimeters when it comes to things like Mar-a-Lago. Thankfully, the president was not there at the time, but that happened over the weekend, where he often does spend his weekends. And we also talk about the increase in political violence these days. So we're going to get into that in just a little bit. A couple of other things in Tallahassee that we are monitoring today. Let me go ahead and give you a live look. It does look like our news conference in Orlando is getting ready to begin, but let me just set things up briefly for you here at the White House, where President Donald Trump holding a ceremony in the East Room of the White House, honoring angel families. These are families who have had loved ones killed by illegal immigrants. So holding a ceremony today. I believe he's also signing a proclamation to make it Angel Family Day. So this is going on right now at the White House. We've heard from a number of folks during this ceremony. He honored the family of Lake and Riley as well. So a lot going on today, and that's kind of where things stand at this 11 o'clock hour. We are still waiting to hear from Orlando Fire Department about that brush fire. So let's go ahead and listen in to President Trump as he speaks right now. And just a reminder, we will be switching to get the latest on that brush fire once that news conference begins. But here's President Trump speaking live right now in this Angel Family Day ceremony.
Well, nothing like it was in the past. You remember when during the campaign Biden would say, and then I guess Kamala, it's the same thing. Same ideology.
All right. Sorry to dump out so quickly, but let's go ahead and listen in because we're getting ready to hear more about where things stand with this brush fire.
Am I good? You good where I'm standing?
Yeah, you're good. Tell us a little bit about this fire. What's going on out here?
Just after 6 a.m. this morning, the Orlando Fire Department was dispatched to an outside fire here behind us. The fire currently has encompassed 8 acres. We're working with the Division of Forestry It's approximately 80% contained right now. They're in the process of doing some backburn so we can kind of contain the growth of the fire and keep it right where it is. There's currently no structures in danger. Nobody was evacuated. We didn't encounter anybody out there. Like I said, it's about 80% contained, and given the current conditions, we don't expect much more growth out of it.
Can you talk a little bit about fire season this time of the year for us?
It's very dry right now. It's very dry, so it doesn't take much to get fires like this going. The conditions are pretty ripe for brush fires, and the wind today is contributing to the growth of this fire. Luckily, our quick response times and our partnership with the Division of Forestry allowed us to get in front of this one so it didn't grow to be any bigger than it is.
Do you know what might have caused this fire?
Absolutely no idea. It'll be under investigation going forward, but I have no way of knowing what caused it right now.
Are you asking the public to do anything special this time of the season, or?
Just take all precautions. Adhere to the burn bans. I believe we were updated this morning of a burn ban locally. Really heed those. It creates very dangerous conditions for our firefighters and for the forestry firefighters. So if we can avoid the outside fires during this season, that would be great.
Is there anything special you guys do even back at the fire station this time of year that you don't normally do, or is it just business as usual?
It's pretty much business as usual. We remain ready for these fires 24/7, 365. We are at a heightened alert right now, so we're prepared for them, but we're prepared for them year round.
What do people need to know about the danger of the brush fire?
About
the brush fire, how the people can prevent danger.
So open flame, obviously, if we're out in the woods camping, things like that, we need to avoid open flame at all costs. Even driving the vehicles right now out in this conditions, one spark from a vehicle can get this going, and with this wind, it'll get going really quickly. So again, going back to the burn bans, avoiding the open flames, and being very cautious when driving vehicles in the woods, that'll help us stay in front of these.
What is this area, by the way? Is it just woods, or?
This is just woods. There's nothing back there right now. It's I believe it's city-owned property.
What is it? They named it forest?
I am unsure. I'd have to get back to you on that.
Is the wind making it difficult to get it completely out? I mean, I know it's calm, then it picks back up, calm, picks back up.
So right now the wind's currently changing directions every few minutes as well. So the fire is predominantly moving to the south, but it has been difficult to completely extinguish the fire because the wind is causing embers to spread it. But again, we have it contained to where we don't expect much more growth. We're just going to let it burn itself out and burn the limited fuel that's in there right now. Good?
I think that's it. Good.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So 80% contained, this 8-acre fire that broke out around 6 o'clock this morning. Thankfully, no buildings in danger. Let's go ahead and give you an idea of where this is. Again, Arnold Palmer Drive, 5500 block, and you can see that wooded area there where they are talking about. I believe that's just city-owned property, but nothing on that property right now. So that is the situation. The fire department remains on the scene. We'll keep an eye on that, but again, 80% contained, that 8-acre fire, and not putting any buildings in danger right now. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we are just getting started. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and let's go ahead and get you back to the East Room of the White House, where President Trump is holding his Angel Family Day ceremony, honoring a number of families who have lost loved ones to violence at the hands of illegal immigrants. Let's go ahead and listen in.
A song sung by our incredible, talented military, Amazing Grace. Okay? Sound good? Now, we could have some of the families come up, some of the people come up, you know who you are, and come on, you can stand around me. I don't use an auto pen, so you can watch me actually sign it. Okay. We'll do this the right way. Do you have, I want to give coins to the family, okay? Could
I had one for you, and I couldn't bring anything inside.
I know, Secret Service. Well, you'll get it to me.
Say hi to Trump. Emma? Hi, Chuck.
Hi, sweetheart.
Little Emma.
Oh, hi, Emma.
Little Kella.
Very good, beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready, Emma? We're going to sign this, okay?
Okay.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You take care of yourself. You can hold that. At least for a little while before.
I'm not taking it.
Thank you. So let's do this candle lighting, and it's very beautiful. Please.
My daughter's my friend.
Thank you.
I can't tell you how much I love
Take care
you.
of yourself.
It's
This is Vince. This is Tyler.
Yes, sir.
We will now light a candle in honor of the victims and in solidarity with their families. Following the lighting of the candle, the names of the victims will be read aloud so that their memory may be honored.
Katie Abraham, Chad Eistrup, Austin Babcock, Megan Elizabeth Ida Boz, Jesse Bird, Liam Cantu, Michael Clayton, Gail Clayton, Sander Cohen, Pierce Corcoran, Ronald De Silva, Jackson Davis, Christopher James De Leon, Joseph Di Tommaso, Marshall Dova, Brady English, Shaylee Estes, Lacey Marie Ferguson, Maura Garrity, Tristan Gray, Kayla Hamilton, Aaron Joshua Hampton, Brady Heiling, Susan Hine, Haley Helgeson, Kyler Holbein, Gregory Hamala, Gabriel Kaleshi Isiguzo Jr., Rocky Paul Jones, Shane Jones, Stephanie Kaufman, Haley King, Amy Kortlang, Ryan White, Brian Moss, Robert Mopin, Lisbeth Medina, Brandon Mendoza, Brandon Michael, Dominic Montoya, Jonathan.
A somber ceremony at the White House in the moments after President Trump signs a proclamation for Angel Family Day. A number of Angel families joining him in the East Room of the White House for this ceremony. We saw them by his side as he signed that proclamation at the desk you see there. He spoke for a while this morning. I believe the event started around 10 o'clock, and so this has been going on for about an hour or so this morning at the White House. President Trump, you still see in the front row there, watching the videos as the names of victims are read out. You saw that candle being lit as well just moments ago. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are learning more about a shooting last night where an Orange County deputy shot a shoplifting suspect accused of and now charged with armed robbery with a deadly weapon and resisting an officer using violence. Happened at a Walmart in Orange County, and actually the second shooting involving a shoplifting suspect at a Walmart in Central Florida just in the past week. I want to play for you just a little bit here as we heard from Orange County Sheriff John Mina speaking to reporters about what happened last night and what we know about that situation. This was just moments ago.
to a call at the Walmart on East Colonial Drive about a man who was wearing a ski mask who was attempting to steal merchandise from the Walmart. The man had declared martial law, appeared to be armed with a knife, and also made comments about a gun, and then left the store. Our deputy responded. He encountered the man on East Colonial Drive wearing a ski mask and pushing a shopping cart full of merchandise from the Walmart. The deputy gave the man numerous commands to stop. The man did not comply with those commands, and our deputy was able to use his taser, which did not have any effect on the man. Shortly after that, our deputy can be heard saying, "Don't reach, don't reach, don't reach," 3 times, and then our deputy fires his service weapon at the suspect, striking him several times. Our deputies were able to handcuff the man, provide first aid. He was transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, and there were 2 knives located at the scene of the arrest. So the Florida Department of Law Enforcement will investigate the shooting. They will turn their findings over to the state attorney's office. Once that review is complete, we will conduct our own internal investigation. So I've reviewed the body-worn camera footage, the video footage from within the Walmart, and also the 911 tape. We have identified the man as Jason Anthony Beal, 48 years old. He's being charged with armed robbery with a deadly weapon and resisting an officer with violence. So Beal also has an extensive criminal history throughout multiple counties in the state of Florida. Most recently, he was arrested by the Orlando Police Department for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon in a stabbing in that jurisdiction. He was released from the jail after 33 days on his own recognizance. So happy to take any questions.
Orange County Sheriff John Mina laying out what we know about that situation last night. And as I mentioned, this is the second case in a week now where we've seen a shoplifting suspect who has been shot by deputies, one in Osceola County and then the one last night in Orange County. Joining us live now to talk about this is James Copenhaver, a former sheriff's detective and investigator, and one of our law enforcement experts who joins us here on Fox 35 News Plus. And Jamie, we appreciate you joining us today.
Good to be with you, Garrett. Thank you.
James, it's the second time in a week now that we've heard, obviously different circumstances, different cases, but twice now in a week that we have seen cases of what seem to be pretty brazen shoplifting cases. What do you make of this?
Yeah, let's talk about the latter case here in Orange County. The sheriff just spoke on the press conference. Multiple commands given by deputies to that suspect. He had a mask on. Talking about martial law. So it certainly sounds like the mental capacity may have been triggered, and he may be on the spectrum, right? But nevertheless, 2 knives were recovered from that. The takeaway from that, they gave multiple commands, utilized less lethal force with that taser, but he continued to reach for something. One can only suggest one of those knives that he had in his possession.
And you can see the investigators had said that they believed he had a cart that was full of items, and you saw it in a shot there just a second ago. We know that shoplifting is something that we have we've heard over the past few years has just continued to be a growing problem for retailers. And now this is 2 really high-profile incidents in the past week here in our area that kind of shows what's happening. I mean, you can kind of see the cart there. There are a lot of items there.
Yeah, I mean, it was stacked full, right? Had a Bluetooth speaker in it, so it wasn't like he was going in there for food. Maybe down on his luck, et cetera, and just needed to go in and steal some food for him or his family. I mean, a Bluetooth speaker, it certainly sounded like he had a shop-a-thon, Garrett, within the Walmart confines. And then, the only thing about it is he didn't pay for those items and fled that store without paying. Luckily, the sheriff's office had deputies nearby that responded to that call in a quick fashion and was able to engage him right outside of the Walmart in the driveway, if you will.
A little bit different than the circumstances of the incident last week in Osceola County. We'll show some video for that because we did, this one happened inside the store. A teenager was shot and killed in that. They said, investigators said that he was armed. We know there were other suspects as well that investigators had searched for. But this certainly seems like are we seeing an escalation in tactics when it comes to shoplifting? I mean, this isn't someone walking in and sliding things across a self-scan checkout and throwing it in a bag and trying to get away with it. It seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's stereotyping. You think of a shoplifter as someone hiding items under their coat and, kind of concealing those items and slipping out the door without paying them, right? Or even the self-checkout line, you'll, do one for me and two for you, right? Here's the deal. These shoplifters are brazen. Garrett, the viewers need to understand it's a multi-billion-dollar problem nationwide with theft or retail theft. Many of these stores, to include Walmart, has undercover people that are looking for shoplifters, right? So we've heard these stories in the past where a shoplifter will run out of the store and be tackled by, perhaps an employee from the store, a guest that's shopping there. We've seen a couple people ran over. We've actually seen a few shootings over the years, but it certainly appears in the last week here with these two latest ones. Both of them had weapons, so very concerning. The teenager that was, was fatally shot and killed certainly was armed. So, you've got to know your surroundings, know your exit points, because it's quite dangerous in these retail spaces for these hoodlums that come in and try to take advantage of the good people.
That has to be concerning. You mentioned, we know there are loss prevention officers and security at many of these stores, but it has to be concerning to see cases where, or to even just think about the possibility of people, coming in armed and maybe being willing to take some risks or some chances when it comes to shoplifting. That certainly makes things harder on the security teams and the law enforcement that are tasked with not only preventing that, but making sure everyone there stays safe.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen past cases where employees or, the loss prevention folks will apprehend someone and chase them outside of the store and end up getting fired. So, most of these retail locations have a pretty strict policy on when to engage and when not to engage, right? If it's inside the store, you're going to see some type of engagement or approachment by these loss prevention folks, but you really shouldn't run outside and chase these individuals. That Bluetooth speaker is just not worth someone's life, Garrett. So, it's a wise choice to stay inside. However, that being said, this one that occurred up in Apopka, that occurred within the compounds inside that Walmart. So, it wasn't out in the parking lot or the driveway. It was inside the store. And think of the shoppers. It was full of shoppers. A lot of people's lives were at risk of that. And it's my understanding an off-duty officer actually saved that incident by certainly challenging that young man that was armed with that firearm. So, thank goodness he stepped in. We don't know what would have happened otherwise.
And I want to ask you too about law enforcement responding to situations like this. You mentioned the one that happened inside a Walmart. Obviously, that's a tricky situation because at that point, like you said, you are talking about other shoppers in the area, other people who are there that you certainly don't want to get hurt.
No, and we don't want to see our law enforcement personnel get hurt either. So, they have to approach that. Garrett, there's literally no such thing as an average or just another shoplifting call. And, both of these cases should be waking up the viewers. I mean, you don't know what you're going to go in when you get that call dispatched to you. It's not always the man or woman just slipping a loaf of bread under their skirt or shirt, right? A lot of these shoplifters become violent when they're approached. They don't want to get caught. They don't want to get charged with that retail theft. But here's the bigger picture. Once they start combating and fighting, that turns into an armed robbery, if you will. And it certainly escalates to a felony. So, hats off to everyone involved in both of these cases. I think they acted well measured, Unfortunately, 2 people were shot, 1 fatally, 1 in the hospital. Sounds like he's going to recover, but I hope this is the end of the shoplifting rash that we're seeing, because they're just shouldn't go down like this, right?
Yeah, it's certainly frightening to see, and like you said, turning into an armed robbery. That is what the suspect in this Orange County one is charged with. They say he was wearing a ski mask even. So certainly a frightening situation.
Really quick on the last that occurred last night at Walmart with the 2 knives that were recovered. Law enforcement's trained, Garrett, that if it's an edged weapon, something other than a gun, if you will, you have a 21-foot rule. So meaning speed and distance. It doesn't take a lot for a suspect armed with an edged weapon to get to the officer very quickly. So, you're wanting to watch for that 21-foot rule. It's a pretty common standard practice. Put the knife down, you give minute commands. This case, they, deployed the taser, but once that suspect's within that 21-foot rule, it's probably going to end up in a shooting.
Right, Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator. We always appreciate your perspective, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this morning.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me get you to Bay County, Panama City, where CFO Blazin Golia, the state's chief financial officer, and state fire marshal is awarding some checks, some funding for law enforcement for immigration enforcement. So let's go ahead and listen in live. I do want to let you know we are still standing by and waiting to hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood talking about an arrest in a school shooting threat. So we will take you there as soon as that begins. But let's go ahead and get you right now to Panama City and State CFO Blazin Golia.
In the Florida Senate, a lot of the bigger pieces of legislation dealing with the illegal immigration are ones that I had authored, ones that I helped push across the finish line and make law. And the reason why I'm so passionate about this is that the system is absolutely broken. And under the last administration, we have had a de facto open borders policy where basically it was open up the floodgates. Anyone who wanted to come in could come in, not a lot of vetting, and that continued to effectuate more and more illegal immigration. Now, illegal immigration, the problem has not, this is nothing new. This is something that has plagued this nation for the better part of 40 years. And before President Trump made it a central platform in his campaign, getting elected the first time in 2016 and again this time, we must recognize that this is just not one party's fault. Although, over the last administration, this was primarily the fault of the Biden administration and some open border radicals that allowed this to happen. Over the years, 40 years, both Republicans and Democrats wanted absolutely no part in fixing this broken system. Now, over the years of neglect and dereliction turned into what we had in the previous administration was welcoming and subsidizing illegal immigration. Governments at all levels, local, state, and the federal level, created magnets, programs within those governments which incentivized more and more illegal immigration. It all came to a head under the Biden administration and those de facto open border policies, coupled with ridiculous, my words, ridiculous taxpayer-funded government programs that not only incentivized illegal immigrants to evade border patrol, but also made them feel comfortable in doing so. In many states, illegal immigrants can receive free health care, free education, free legal advice, food stamps, driver's license, auto insurance, and law degrees. Now you have to ask yourself, why would an illegal immigrant or an immigrant wanting to come over to this country want to wait 10 years, go through their system, the current system, spend $50,000 to get here legally when they can give $10,000 to the drug cartel and get them smuggled over and human trafficked over the southern border and come here illegally when they are going to get all the benefits of a legal citizen? That is the question that we have been asking, and it is the issue that we need to keep on tackling. In fact, the drug cartels, our best estimation is that the drug cartels are making more money off of human smuggling these days than they are off of drug smuggling. It has become a lucrative source of income for the narco-terrorists in our southern, below us in Mexico and other countries. And while Biden and his cronies allowed illegal immigration to wreak havoc on the nation, Florida understood that any incentive for illegal immigration had to be removed, and we had to be bold in leading the nation against open border policies. And that's why we have passed some of the strongest state-led anti-illegal immigration laws that have ever put on the books by any state. We have enhanced criminal penalties for human smuggling and added human smuggling to the list of crimes allowed for prosecution under Florida's RICO Act. We made it a state crime to enter Florida illegally. We stopped the issuance of driver's license and other IDs for illegal immigrants. We implemented mandatory DNA testing for illegals who commit crimes. Believe it or not, there was actually a loophole. We closed that loophole. We mandated hospitals start tracking how much money was spent on delivering health care to illegal immigrants. We stopped in-state tuition for higher education for illegal immigrants. We mandated businesses use E-Verify. We are here today partially because we are assisting law enforcement with 287G program, and we banned sanctuary cities. You know, speaking of sanctuary cities, many politicians just think it's okay in other areas of the United States to create sanctuary cities by voting for sanctuary jurisdiction policy.
Let's go ahead and get you now to Volusia County, where the sheriff is giving an update on a teenager, 12-year-old, charged with making a school shooting threat. Let's go ahead and listen in.
On how they anticipate to do this. So our school behavioral assessment unit automatically begins an investigation. They're able to identify the person in the post as a Josephine Peters, who goes by the name Chris or Christian as well. And they're able to do some interviews of classmates. Some people that she mentions inside of the manifesto, the person who sits in front of her in class. And obviously, you know, it talks about, you know, killing as many students as they can, talks about shooting and killing the school resource officer, talks about the teacher whose classroom they're going to go in the cafe, and then how at the end of the day they're going to sit down and end their life, and how they want to be cremated. She admires a killer from 1984, a guy who was in the Satan and Satanic Principles, who killed and tortured another teenager, and that's actually the picture she uses on her Facebook page. So obviously, you know, we have to jump all over these things as we do. This isn't the first time that this student threatened to shoot the school up. From what I'm understanding, it probably occurred last year to do that. You know, our responsibility is to protect 64,000 students, protect the teachers, and protect the support staff. There is zero tolerance. What is disturbing about this is this was a well thought out plan. It talks about where to hide in a ditch. It talks about how to bring the guns into the school. It talks about who to target. So of all the threats that we arrest, this wasn't one where somebody just sat down and said, I'm bringing a gun to school to shoot one person. This was talking about a massive shooting on the scale of Columbine. That's the words that our person who's doing the threats is looking at. So
when you guys, went to her house, did she have guns? Did her parents have guns?
I don't know the answer to that, but we'll find it. No gun. Yeah. Okay. The answer to that is no.
Okay.
So
no guns.
But
regardless,
I do want to say, kids get a hold of guns very easily. It doesn't necessarily have to be in their parents' home. In today's day and age, they know where to buy guns on the streets. I mean, you know, we have two incidents that occurred not in our jurisdiction, one with an 8-year-old with a gun on a playground in Daytona, and one with a 11-year-old on a school bus in St. Johns County. So the kids know where to get guns. This is really concerning, the fact that all of these steps were lined up on exactly what to do from step 1 to step 13, to how to end their life and how they want to be remembered for what they did.
So when you guys posted this, of course, a lot of people jumped right to the line that says due to bullying. Obviously, this is a very extreme reaction to bullying, but what do you have to say about that I guess maybe this kid was pushed to that point?
That's no excuse to be writing out a manifesto and talking about how you're going to wipe people off the face of the earth. There are steps in place that you go to and you use. There are school counselors, the principals, there are other teachers there, there's law enforcement. There's so many other ways to deal with this other than everybody say, well, yeah, that's justified, because I read some of the things. Oh, well, they're getting bullied. What do you expect? No, that's not what you expect. That's not how you handle things in the real world. When you have a problem, there's a mechanism that you follow. There's a reason why we have all these school counselors there. There's a reason why there's mental health folks on campus there. There's a reason why teachers and principals are trained on how to deal with these issues. But grabbing a gun or sitting down in front of on Discord and posting out step by step how you're going to wipe out a school and kill the resource officer while you're doing it, you're going to get locked up for it. You're getting arrested. That's the bottom line.
What do you have to? You talked to some of the other kids about this threat. How are they feeling? Like, what's the?
Well, they helped us identify who this person was, because it sent their handle was kind of a cryptic handle, and then we had to go down the road to where even one of the kids told us, who sits in front of her, who said, yeah, she's kind of weird, and we do say things to the weird kids in class, which happens to all of us, right? Happened to me. I'm sure it happened to everybody. But again, that doesn't justify wiping out whatever. I think there's a lot going on there that we don't know. The person who was listed in there, we looked at as a co-defendant, and really they didn't have any culpability. The mom did tell us that he had some tragic things that happened in his life, and that he was extremely, extremely an angry young man. Now, he didn't take the overt steps that Josephine did, but she mentions him in there of how both of them are going to carry out this mass shooting.
11, 12 years old.
11, 12 years old. Idolizing Columbine. Columbine was Josephine's model. She says it in the manifesto. And then idolizing and using on your Facebook page a killer from 1984 who practiced satanic rituals and tortured his victim, his teenage victim, before he killed that young person. It was a case out of New York.
What's it like for you seeing threats and actual shootings happen with younger?
I think this incident that occurred culminated a horrible weekend for us here in the Family Reunification Center. An 11-year-old who tried to kill herself in St. John County with a gun on the school bus, and the gun malfunctioned. An 8-year-old gets a hold of a gun after a playground dispute and goes out into a playground, an 8-year-old with a gun, and threatens to shoot up the playground. And then the tip comes in on this one, and it just makes you sit back and say, somewhere along the line, we're missing the boat here. Somewhere along the line, all of us, as parents, grandparents, law enforcement, mental health workers, somewhere along the line, to see these 3 incidents in a 24, 36-hour period says there's a huge problem out there in society. And sadly, you know, schools are no different than society itself. Schools are a microcosm of what's going on in the adult world. And again, I don't know the answer to it. I know for us, it's to act as we're doing. Behavioral assessment unit, jump on these things, hold the person accountable. Yeah, this person didn't have any firearms, but that does not negate the fact that they can get their hands on firearms. As we saw, you know, everybody knows where to go to get guns. And we had an incident recently in Deltona. Bunch of teenagers hold a house party. Kids know dad's got guns in there. Burglarize dad's house. They take 20, 30 guns out. You know, over a house party when dad was away. I think we all have had house parties when our father was away or the mother was away. Now they go in there and they're looking to say, I can get my hands, I can get access to firearms doing this.
Pivoting a bit, Volusia County and everywhere in Central Florida has had kind of a problem with e-bikes. You guys just had a 5-year-old hit.
Yeah, you know, thankfully, this could have been a lot worse. We do have video of the person on that e-bike, and we are hopeful that when we put that information out there, we're going to be able to make an arrest in this case. But you know, little guys run into the water, 2 people on an e-bike, and they hit them. They stop and say, "Are you okay?" And then they take off and they leave. We've seen it where I've had an elderly couple been struck by e-bikes, end up with broken hips, broken legs. Unfortunately, I don't think the legislature is ready to tackle the e-bike problem. There was a group of sheriffs that got together. We think we crafted some good legislation, but it's not gaining any traction. So what we're doing here is when we're out there, we're running radar on these e-bikes, and we're going to try to enforce the motor vehicle code that way, hit them on that statute, and then maybe the county will be able to pass some kind of an ordinance that forces these e-bikes at least into the traffic lane for us, so they're a lot easier to control than allowing them to zip around all over on the beach like now. But it's a matter of time, and we see it. You talk to Arnold Palmer, and they'll tell you the number of e-bike injuries coming in, the trauma alerts, it's just off the chart.
Good? Thanks for your time. Yay!
Sure.
All right, now we'll get
Now you can disrobe me.
I got it.
The Volusia County Sheriff, they're talking about a 12-year-old facing charges after allegedly posting a school shooting manifesto online. You heard all the concerning and disturbing details in that. You also heard at the very end was talking about a case involving an e-bike. Let me show you the surveillance image that was posted on social media by the sheriff's office. They say they're working to identify the riders of an e-bike in a hit-and-run crash this weekend that injured a 5-year-old child on the beach. This is the surveillance image. They said that 5-year-old was heading toward the water to fill up his beach bucket when an e-bike hit him. They stopped briefly before taking off, but investigators trying to identify who those riders are. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to Panama City, where the CFO handing out some checks to law enforcement there. You see him handing out one to the Bay County Sheriff's Office. This is for their immigration enforcement efforts. We've seen him go around the state and provide these funds to a number of different law enforcement agencies. Let's go ahead and listen back in as he speaks live right now.
Announce it here. Another check for $552,292. So the $77,000 one you can cash, but if you go try to cash the $552,000 one today, I'm sorry to say you will be arrested for trying to pass a fraudulent check. So please don't do that. Come on up here for these two. Holmes County Sheriff's Office, $24,892.60. I do not understand why we still don't round up. It would be so much easier to do $893. City of Bluntstown, is it Bluntstown? Did I pronounce that ready? Okay. Pronounce it ready. Did I pronounce it okay? Great. $26,055.50. Calhoun County's Sheriff's Office, $15,701. Sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff. Mariana Police Department, $30,361.50. Chief. And last but certainly not least, Walton County Sheriff's Office, $648,805. Sheriff. Thank you, sir. Oh, actually, so why don't we let's all get together for a big group photo? Chief. Okay, you got it. I'll hold one for you. You can hold the big one. Oh. All right, thank you. Before we call up the speakers, I just want to just make a couple of last points. We'll call up the speakers, and then we can answer any questions that the press has. This is checks. This is money, right? So we are giving money through the State Board of Immigration Enforcement because these guys are doing things over and above what they normally do, and we are reimbursing them for the money that they are putting forth, keeping our community safe. And the reason why I bring this up is that because there are a lot of, let's just say, pro-illegal immigration advocates out there that are now complaining about the costs that that the state of Florida is incurring and local governments are incurring and the federal government is incurring, trying to remove illegal immigrants, especially those who have committed crimes from our communities. Did we not think that removing criminal aliens was going to cost money? You know, not only did the open borders policies of the Biden administration cost hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer dollars, keeping them here and giving them all of these the free stuff, but now we're incurring a lot of cost removing them also. The best way to do this and fix this problem going forward is get rid of the people who are not here in this country, get rid of the people who are not here in the country legally, fix the system so people who want to come over to our country have the new federal laws, that they have a process that people adhere to. But anyone who thought that this wasn't going to cost any money surely wasn't paying attention. And now taxpayers are incurring more costs in order to do this. Let's fix this nonsense once and for all. We know our best estimates are around 2.2 million illegal immigrants have self-deported. If you take us as a percentage of the people in the United States, maybe 150 to 200,000 illegal immigrants have self-deported here in the state of Florida. We don't know the actual number, but it's about time this ridiculousness stops. And I want to thank again our community partners, the 287G partners, for doing what they do. So at this time, I want to call up Sheriff Tommy Ford for additional comments. Sheriff, you want to hold this here?
No, all right, good. I was actually going to call my comptroller up if she'll run to the bank with this real quick. Ladies, we'd like to thank you for your support in this issue. You know, we live in a state that recognizes the impact of illegal immigration, and when we look at that, we look at the societal cost of that. I look back at the fentanyl epidemic when we had an open border and fentanyl was flowing across the border, and we saw at one point 70,000 Americans killed in 1 year due to fentanyl overdoses. And it's important to close that border and enforce illegal immigration like we've been doing here in Florida. Florida is leading the way. And I would like to thank the men and women in law enforcement. We've got many deputies that are our 287G deputies behind the cameras there. Y'all are the ones that are making this happen, and I want to thank you for that. At the County Sheriff's Office, we have 18 287G deputies that are out there every day enforcing immigration law. You know, that does come at a cost. So this reimbursement is very helpful in that it's going to provide overtime reimbursement. There's some equipment reimbursement. And importantly, when we arrest an illegal alien and they're held for 48 hours, that's a real cost to our jail as far as the meal costs, medical costs, detention costs. So this is going to help reimburse that. So it's very helpful that the taxpayers in Bay County don't have to directly pay for that, or we absorb that into our budget, and we very much appreciate the state for stepping in and providing these reimbursements. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you. Next up, Sheriff Cruz, Washington County. Sheriff.
I tell Blaze he's got the coolest name in the house. I want to talk to you just a little bit about, you know, state mandates, so on and so forth. You know, I am Washington County. We're one county inland. We're not a coastal county. We don't have a lot of industry like the coastal counties and some of the bigger counties do in our great state. First, let me say this. You know, when I travel outside of our state into other states, you know, for example, I was in Fort Worth, Texas, and I got to talking to some of the Fort Worth PD guys. I was out there for a rodeo about a year ago, and when they find out that, you know, I'm in law enforcement from the state of Florida, and it don't really matter where we go or where I'm at, they're like, man, y'all got a governor, he's on it, you know, and they're envious of us. They want to be us, and even some of the blue states, you know, they would talk to you if they could, but they envy the state of Florida for doing what we've done. But what I want to talk to you, April will be 34 years that I've been doing this job. My background in this line of work is illegal narcotics. That's what I did all over the entire panhandle of the state of Florida, is undercover work, as far away as Jefferson County to the east and Escambia County to the west. And I could tell you, you know, I was there and I was doing it when we had the crack epidemic. And we you know, and I'll kind of make a joke about it. We thought we had a problem until we had the meth epidemic. And it's all bad. But the methamphetamine was something like we had never seen before. And Sheriff Ford touched on it. Blaze touched on it a little bit about the cartels. Let me tell you something. It ain't what I heard. It's what I know. They're here, okay? They are in every community in our country. The cartels, they're structured. They're organized, and they have ranking officers, just like we do at the sheriff's office, lieutenants, captains, so on and so forth. But what we seen when that border got open, when you see what's not fake news, is what Sheriff talked about a while ago with the overdoses in this country. That's real. You've seen it in Bay County, you've seen it in Washington County, you've seen it in every county in this country. The overdoses went through the roof, and it's because the market got flooded. Even in my county, we're a small, rural, physical constrained county, Washington County, and we don't have, a lot of industry, a lot of construction going on in that county. So we don't have a lot of Mexicans or Guatemalans or so on and so forth in that county. Do we have them? We've got them just like anybody else. But let me tell you what we got. We got the drug problem just like Orange County, Florida, Duval County, or any other county in this country. And when I talk to people in my county, how does it really affect us? Let me tell you how it affects us. Not that you're seeing them on every street corner, because you're not in Washington County, but let me tell you how it affected Washington County. Is it flooded the drug market. Like any other commodity, I don't care what you're selling. If you flood any market, then what happens to the price? The price goes cheap. And that's exactly what's happened with the drug trade in our county. And I can tell you for a fact, just a few years ago, we know that a kilo of methamphetamine was $25,000, $26,000, $28,000 just a few years ago. And it ain't what I heard on the street. It's not what I read. It's working in the business, the undercover business that we work in and day out. I can tell you the same 2 pounds, the same 2.2 pounds of methamphetamine now is $3,500, maybe cheaper than that, because this information is a few months old, but it's $3,500 out of Atlanta. The same 2 pounds of dope is $3,500. So you can do the math on how much cheaper it is. You don't see us working meth labs no more. A few years ago, you've seen every one of us, every county, we were working the meth labs. We were going in, disassembling the meth labs and taking all that garbage, to where we had to have hazmat crews to come in and haul, contracted with them to come in and haul that garbage off of those sites. You don't see that from us no more. You don't see us working meth labs. And people say, y'all don't work meth labs no more. No, we don't, because it's too cheap to buy it coming across the border. There's a lot less risk in buying it straight from them versus cooking the meth like we used to do, each and every one of us a few years ago. So it's an honor for me to be here today and stand with Blaze. And I'll end on this right here. He talked a little bit about the finances behind this. Not that our arms had to be twisted. We had direction from our state leaders, from our governor, on what direction that we were about to take with this problem now that our country's got, that we didn't create, but somebody's got to deal with it. Not that our arm had to be twisted. I think every sheriff in the entire state of Florida is on board as far as I know. And, it's a funded mandate. And that's what he talked about. And I'm proud to stand here with him. They are financing a small rural county like Washington County. They are financing our efforts to make our county and the state of Florida a much better state to live in, to work in, to play in. So he's not just talked about it. I can tell you, he's in Bay County, Florida today with checks in hand. He's backed his word up. And as Sheriff of Washington County, I proudly stand with you.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next up, Representative Griff Griffiths.
Thank you, Blaze. Really welcome to Bay County District 6. It's an honor to have you here. And it's proud to stand with all my Panhandle sheriffs and chiefs up here. A lot of these guys, besides my sheriff and Sheriff Atkinson, are from the rural counties, and you guys know the struggles. And so you can bring money down anytime. We appreciate when you do that. So, but Blaze is right. The legislative process is incredibly hard. Sometimes getting stuff across the finish line is incredibly difficult, and we try every day. Florida tries to lead the nation with these immigration policies. I serve with some amazing members. Representative Michael from Jacksonville lost her son to a twice deported illegal alien. So if you don't think she goes to Tallahassee every day to fight for these laws to make Florida a safer place. Representative Persons Mullick out of Fort Myers area is running a bill right now which talks about voter ID for voting. You got to have an ID to vote. the simplicity, what we consider rational thought just doesn't exist in the halls of Tallahassee sometimes. It's amazing to me that people actually can talk bad about having an ID to go vote. We have to have an ID to board a plane, open a checking account, get a wave runner out on our beaches.
Shovel snow in New York
Shovel
City.
snow in New York City. You got to have two forms of ID. But for people in Tallahassee to think that that's just irrational thought blows my mind. But it truly is. We fight that every single day. But I can tell you Florida is trying to lead the nation. We are doing everything we can as a legislative body to pass laws that make you safer, have money available for our people, these sheriffs, these guys in the blue, to defend us, protect us, to make sure they get reimbursed for the sacrifices they made. I'm incredibly proud to stand here with these group of men, and hopefully he won't have to be bringing big checks back for this, but we'll take checks for other things. So
We got it.
So appreciate
you. Thank you. You know, the representative is right, Florida doesn't wait. If we see, look, and it's no secret what we do. You know, we see some craziness coming in California, what they're doing in California, and we pass laws to do the exact same opposite here. And obviously people are voting with their feet. They're leaving places like California and settling in places like Nevada and Utah. And you have the ridiculousness that you're seeing in Michigan and New York and New Jersey. And people are starting to move here because they see more freedom and opportunity here in the state of Florida. So it is not rocket science. In fact, some of the laws that are passed in other states we think are bad ideas. We make sure we do the exact opposite here. But we don't necessarily wait for bad laws to be passed in other states. Look at some of the ridiculousness that we've seen in some of these cities, Seattle. Look at what's happening in Minneapolis. We see the craziness happening, and then we make sure that the craziness doesn't happen here, and we're proactive. We're constantly trying to push the envelope and show people here that not only is that never going to happen here, it won't ever happen here in the state of Florida. So that is, we're always trying to stay ahead of the curve. But with that, staying ahead of the curve, I mean, just look at, you know, some of the three biggest issues that we have here in the state of Florida. You can name them: illegal immigration, property taxes, and insurance, right? Housing affordability and safety. And the state of Florida, with the leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis, the cabinet, the House, and the Senate, we are being aggressive with tackling those issues. Again, we're standing here today reimbursing our great law enforcement partners for being a partner with us under the 287G program. We have passed laws, some of the strictest anti-illegal immigration laws this country has seen here in this state of Florida, becoming the gold standard for the rest of the United States. Property taxes. We weren't waiting for everyone to start complaining about property taxes. We saw some of the problems that we were having across this state. So what do? We started to be aggressive, and we start talking about reforming the property tax system, because property taxes are starting to get out of hand here in the state of Florida. And while I'm here, while my law enforcement partners are here, I'm going to say this. I say it all the time. I will continue to say it. The first role of government is to protect its citizens. And you do that by making sure that our fire and our police have the resources that they need in order to keep our community safe. So if any local government is out there saying that with property tax reform we're going to have to cut their law enforcement or cut fire, you direct them to me, because I will tell them no, they don't. And I will be more than happy to sift through their books line by line and make sure that they are cutting out the waste of fraud and abuse and not cutting out the money for our first responders. We will not have it. The governor will not stand for it. I will not stand for it. But we're not waiting. Property tax reform will be on the ballot on November 26th. It's a housing affordability issue. Another thing with housing affordability is insurance reform. We took on insurance reform a couple of years ago, and we delivered historic tort reform. And now we are starting to see the fruits of the labor, and we're starting to see rates come down on both auto insurance and homeowners insurance, double digits. The situation is getting better. 3 years ago, companies were going bankrupt after storms. We're not seeing that anymore. The market is strengthening, and we are getting better. So I say this all that the state of Florida does not wait. We will not wait. We will be aggressive. We're going to take advantage of the opportunities to make this state the best state in the nation. With that, I will answer any questions that you guys have from media. Do you guys have any questions? Yes, sir.
What portion of state law enforcement are receiving these types of
Of state law enforcement? It is my understanding that every single state law enforcement agency has 287G certified. We are full cooperation. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Well, we're doing it any law enforcement agency, whether it is a county or a city, we are going around and holding these events to talk about the importance of our 287G partnership with our local law enforcement, but also show that they have the commitment from us in order to give the resources that they need, because we're asking them to do more than they did before. And the problem is that the federal government has a major problem on. Our best guess is in between 18 to 21 million illegal immigrants are in this country. You are never, ever going to remove illegal immigrants, especially those who are committing crimes, the criminal aspect, with just federal law enforcement and ICE and DHS. They need a network which includes local law enforcement to get this done. So we do this to show that we are absolutely 100% committed to solving this problem and to keeping our community safe. And I think it's important that we stand here side by side with them as we're giving out the checks to show just how important it is, not only to us, but to them also. Never taking my foot off of the gas ever, as long as I'm in office. As long as I am in office, I'm never taking my foot off the gas on illegal immigration, keeping taxes low, and holding insurance companies accountable and make sure that they do what they do. I'm never taking my foot off of the gas when it comes to these issues. Is that it? Yes, sir. Their forms, the process. The Sheriff, do you want to answer the question?
So these are based on a reimbursement basis, and we fill out a grant application several months ago where we estimated what we would spend for the year. We estimated per 287G deputy how much overtime they may get by a certain number of hours per month. We estimated the number of detainees that we would have on that 2-day per diem that we hold for ICE. And I'll say in Bay County, I'm very proud of Bay County law enforcement that in the past year we've been able to arrest about 1,100 criminal illegal aliens that have run through the jail. So part of that will be to reimburse for that. But this will be, we put in for this amount, and we'll be drawing down off of that as we spend the money. So that's kind of, it was a grant application, works on a reimbursement basis. It's not necessarily a check for this amount to deposit in our account, much to my chagrin, but it's reimbursement based on actual cost.
You know, another thing I want to bring up is, I know we talk about the difference between the Trump years in office and we talk about the difference in the Biden years in office. But what I will say is our law enforcement partners, the guys up here, never stopped detaining illegal immigrants who committed crimes. It just never happened. The difference is that under this administration, prior to Biden and post-Biden, the Trump administration, people are actually answering the phone when they call the federal government. And in years past, and you see all the shit, they're all shaking their heads. They would have some of the worst criminal elements, and they would have them in their car, in their custody, in their jails, and they would call up to the federal government and say, hey, we have this really, really bad guy that is suspected of doing X. We also know through the system that this person might be the person who actually did Y. What should we do with them? They would literally call up there, and they would hear a dial tone. No one would answer the other side of the calls. Am I wrong, guys? That's exactly what happened. And that's why these people wound up, these illegal immigrants would wind up back on the streets committing the crimes, and that's why we say that these crimes should have never happened in the first place. Rep. Griffith brought up one of the representatives, Cayenne Michael, who's from the Jacksonville area, had a twice deported illegal immigrant kill her child. How do you think she feels about that? I would love to have one of these liberal open border activists have a debate with her and tell her that she's wrong and all of us are wrong up here. This is the human cost of this crap, and it has to stop. I do not want to hear any more horror stories from angel moms who their kids have passed away because a twice deported, 3-time deported illegal immigrant was back on the streets because of an open border policies. The difference between then and now is we actually have a president who actually cares about this situation, is not afraid to put the resources behind what we all believe is doing right, and the leadership in the state under Governor Ron DeSantis, our House, our Senate, making sure that we have full participation and cooperation. We're going to lead. We're going to continue to lead on this issue. Guys, I appreciate everything that you do. Law enforcement, you guys out there, thank you for doing what you do. May God bless you, and may God bless the great state of Florida. Thank you all.
CFO Blaise Ngolia wrapping up his news conference in Panama City, where he awarded some reimbursement, some funding to law enforcement agencies in the Panhandle for their immigration enforcement efforts. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've got some Disney news for you to start out the week, and so we're going to check in with Drew Smith. You know him as Drew, the Disney dude. Drew, we appreciate you joining us on this Monday. Let's talk Hollywood Studios.
Yeah, starting off the week with the Disney news drop. As all you guys know, I'm never going to say no to that. So here I am, and let's talk about it.
All right, let's jump in. What have we learned today about some of the new things that are going to be coming soon to Hollywood Studios? We know there's a big kind of revamp underway in a number of different areas and aspects.
Yeah, Hollywood Studios, it's funny because I look back to 2020 when Mickey and Minnie's Runaway really opened, and that kind of concluded that transformation. I'm like, well, now they're going to move on to Epcot and Magic Kingdom, and Hollywood Studios is kind of where it's at for the future. I was very, very wrong. There are so many things coming to the park. What we're going to be talking about today is the magic of Disney animation. Then you have Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets opening this summer, The Mandalorian and Grogu coming to Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run, and Monsters Inc. Land, Monstropolis in the years ahead. So a ton of transformation, but the magic of Disney animation is what Disney shared new details about today. This is kind of a return to form in my opinion. Back when the park first opened as Disney MGM Studios, you saw this working animation studio. Some of Disney's beloved classics, like Lilo and Stitch, were animated in the park at Hollywood Studios. That building is still there today, but now it's offices, but they're bringing back the magic of Disney animation, kind of bringing this new era, a reimagined version of teaching this new generation of kids how do movies come to life? How does all this stuff work? So I'm very excited for it, but there's one specific offering that I'm really excited about.
And what might that be, Drew?
Yes, it's called Olaf Draws. So this is a reimagined learn how to draw experience, but it's going to have an Olaf audio animatronic. This was not on my bingo card at all, but I'm very happy that it's happening. The fact that Josh Gad is returning as Olaf with new dialogue, the fact that Walt Disney World and Walt Disney Imagineering are spending money on an audio animatronic that's going to be there right in front of you for an extended period of time. You know, I love animatronics. Anyone who knows me knows that I love animatronics, but on the rides, sometimes you pass them very quickly, so you don't get to appreciate their detail. Here, you're sitting in front of this figure for, 10, 15 minutes. That's a great way to fully appreciate an animatronic. Josh Gad also is just loves this character so much. He's always so involved with the community, so it doesn't shock me one bit that he was on board with coming back. But the thing that I will mention is that the animators at Walt Disney Animation Studios are going to be pre-recorded on digital media throughout the room. So you're going to kind of have that back and forth of a humorous moment between Olaf. Olaf's a snowman. He doesn't know how to draw one bit. So they're teaching Olaf how to draw, and then that's going to kind of translate that humor between the guests and the kids in the audience. So before it was just, you're coming in, you're learning how to draw, that's it. It's more straightforward to the point. Now it's more of an experience, kind of making it this back and forth between the guest, the character, the animators, and I think that there's a lot of potential there to make it really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's neat to kind of think about that, interactivity, that create that connection between fans and some of those artists as well.
Yeah, and also just the fact that Walt Disney Animation Studios has such a rich legacy. That's kind of what this whole experience is drawing back to, is this Once Upon a Studio short film that just released in 2023 that was celebrating 100 years of the Walt Disney Company. That short film, to this day, I'm still I can't believe that we got this. So they took the inspiration from that short film to kind of use that as the genesis of the idea for this entire attraction and courtyard coming to Hollywood Studios in the late summer. I am very excited for it. Now, something else I did want to mention that kind of really leans into that DNA of the history of Disney animation and how they're not just making this fun and immersive like they always like to talk about, but how they're actually doing that through the experiences in the attraction, and that's at Off the Page. So Off the Page is where you're going to get to meet those fan favorite Disney characters, but each of those meet and greet areas is actually themed to a different department that you could see at the actual Disney Animation headquarters out in California. So you're kind of getting a unique version of what you would see at the actual building. A perfect example is right there on screen with Rapunzel. You're kind of seeing how you're walking into that scene, entering the environment where Rapunzel would be in a movie. So you're not just walking up and it's like this temporary backdrop. It's fully themed as if you stepped into their world. The characters we have confirmed so far are Mulan, Rapunzel, Chip and Dale, Donald, Daisy, Goofy, and Stitch. And that's a pretty fun lineup right there. Stitch, again, like I mentioned earlier, Lilo and Stitch was animated at this building decades ago. So bringing Stitch back, pretty cool full circle moment.
Yeah, and I'm struck by something you said a little bit ago, and kind of returning to that DNA of what for a while made Hollywood Studios. Do you think that's something they kind of strayed from for a little bit and are now realizing there's an appetite to kind of return to that, as what makes it a little bit different, almost like a movie studio?
Yeah, I fully agree. And I feel like recently, again, no one has to agree with me on this by any means, but I feel like in recent years, since Bruce Vaughan returned to Walt Disney Imagineering, the vision and the creative leadership and the resources and the funding has been much better than what it was even pre-pandemic. I feel like we're really kind of getting back on track to Disney understanding what the guests want and also doing a better balance of IP and kind of those classic offerings. Now, yes, there's no hiding and no surprising that what Disney does now is led by IP and business decisions. What you can see there, like I talked about, you have The Mandalorian and Grogu coming to Galaxy's Edge, you have Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets, and Monsters, Inc. Land. All of that is very heavily driven by IP. But I would not be surprised at all if they said, hey, we need to balance this out just a little bit. What is something that we can offer our diehard legacy fans, our annual pass holders that are going to want them to come to Hollywood Studios? What better way to do that than with Disney animation, especially with how successful some of these films have been recently? I mean, Zootopia 2 is approaching like $2 billion at the box office. The reception to that movie has been so overwhelmingly positive. So personally, as me as a diehard Disney fan, which all of you guys know watching this by now, I love when we have those classic things. I love when not only is it classic, but they make it original. They could have just brought back the animation experience, no changes whatsoever, but they looked at, hey, if this is going to live on for decades, how can we make this a permanent offering? That's where the investment comes with Olaf, and that's what I'm really happy about. Yes, some people are going to be disappointed about losing the in-person teachings with the actual animators there in person. I totally understand that, but I'm optimistic in the sense that they're still going to be there, and you're adding that dynamic of the humor and the back and forth with kids laughing. You know, the kids are going to be laughing in the audience, and at the end of the day, I think that's what it's all about.
All right, and so a lot to look forward to. We know here at the parks in Orlando. I want to ask you, Drew, because we know later this afternoon the first Zip Air flight is landing at Orlando International Airport. That's the first chartered commercial flight nonstop between Tokyo and Orlando. Something that's going to be running several times a year. Really kind of opens the door for Disney fans here in Central Florida to get to Tokyo and visit Tokyo Disney. Talk to us a little bit about that park and what it offers and what might be different about it from the experience that we have here in Central Florida.
Yeah, what I have heard about Tokyo Disney Resort between Tokyo Disneyland and Tokyo Disney Sea is just how beyond they are of what we have here. Like the theming, the attractions, the environment, the atmosphere, it's just next level stuff that you kind of really have to experience in person to appreciate. And right now, Tokyo Disney Resort is actually going through a pretty massive transformation at Tokyo Disney Sea. There's a nearly $500 million space mountain being built from the ground up over there. And we have a retheme of Buzz Lightyear to Wreck-It Ralph. That's a $200 million reimagining of an attraction that was there before, coming in the years ahead. The parks just celebrated a combined 900 million guests visiting since they opened, and Tokyo Disney Sea is about to celebrate its 25th anniversary. This new port, Fantasy Springs, just opened with Peter Pan, Tangled, Frozen. There's so much growth going on over at Tokyo Disney Sea, and like I mentioned, everyone I know who has been there constantly raves about how great of an experience they had just because of how blown away they are by the scale of everything and the theming and the animatronics, the music, the food, the characters. Like there is an entire culture dedicated to those parks. So yes, it's really cool that the fact that, again, Walt Disney World and all these Disney fans were already kind of here. So the fact that we're so close to MCO and now having that opportunity to get over there, it's awesome. And like I said, 2027 will be a big year for Tokyo Disney Sea specifically. So if you have the money and you can go over there, then now is probably the time to look into it.
All right, might see you on one of those Zip Air flights there soon. Drew Smith.
Maybe one day.
Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you for having me on. And the last thing I'll say is that the magic of Disney animation, since we talked about it so much, that's opening in late summer at Hollywood Studios. No date yet, but stay tuned on all of my social medias. You guys can find me at Drew the Disney Dude. I'll be covering all the stuff as it continues to develop and eventually open.
All right, good stuff. Drew, thanks. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and let me give you a live look right now at Artemis 2 on the launch pad, but not for a whole lot longer. Crews with NASA expected to begin the rollback to the VAB tomorrow after another delay announced for that launch that was expected to fly around the moon. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and we've been following a lot of updates with Artemis 2 along the way, and still a lot more to follow with these new developments that we have learned and are continuing to track. And so joining us live now to put this in perspective for us and tell us what we need to know about it, we've got Dr. Don Platt from Florida Institute of Technology and the Spaceport Education Center, who's joining us live now via Zoom. And Dr. Platt, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Sure, my pleasure.
So obviously this is not the news that I think anyone wanted to hear about the Artemis 2, a delay in this. What do we know about what caused this delay and what it might be related to?
Yeah, certainly it's unfortunate that they're facing yet another problem after it looked like they were doing pretty well with this latest, what they call wet dress rehearsal, or basically sort of a simulated countdown just to verify that all the systems are up and running. The first time around, they had some hydrogen leaks, and this time it appears to be helium that's the culprit. And so unfortunately, these tanks are in a location that they can't really get to very easily on the pad. And so that means wheeling it all the way back to the VAB and spending a bunch of time in the hangar there working on the rocket.
Is this an issue that they've dealt with before?
Yeah, similar kinds of things happen fairly often. Unfortunately, as you probably know, helium is a very light gas. You know, we think of it like in birthday balloons, and if you let go of that balloon, it's gone. And so it likes to sort of find every little tiny crack that it possibly could find. And unfortunately, it has done that again in this instance here. So yeah, helium can be very tricky to deal with.
And obviously an issue that they're taking seriously because, you know, we've talked before about the rollout and the rollback and how big of a process that is. So this is clearly, something that's important if they're going to take that step to, the hours-long journey of rolling it back to the VAB to work on.
Yeah, unfortunately, the helium is needed for some very important things like propulsive maneuvers in space. It essentially pressurizes the propellant tanks. And so they can't lose any helium or they may get stuck in a situation where they can't do the burns to get the astronauts back home. So we have to take this very seriously.
So what happens now as they work to fix it?
So it'll take a few days to get it back into the VAB and get the platforms ready to go. And then after that, it'll essentially be taking apart some of the pieces of the rocket to sort of narrow down the exact location, if they haven't done so already, of where the leak is. And then they'll probably have to replace some components. And then, of course, once they start buttoning things up a little bit, then they'll have to do some testing there in the big vehicle assembly building to make sure that they fix the problem, then button the rocket back together, and then prepare for that whole big, long journey back to the launch pad again.
We talked about how this is something that, let me ask it this way. Is it discouraging at all to the crews to, you mentioned the wet dress rehearsal, how things seem to be going well with that. Things seem to be on track for what they were hoping for, a March 6th launch. To have an issue like this pop up, that they have to delay it at least another month, is that discouraging to the crews working on this, you think, to see this and have to delay things?
Well, of course, the people working on it are human, and they want to see this launch as much as anybody else does. And so certainly there is some level of disappointment here. They're all very much professionals, though, and they understand that what they're doing is very important, and safety can't take a back seat. So if there's an issue, they have to deal with it. It's kind of like, if you get onto an airplane and suddenly the pilot comes over the radio and says, "Oh, we found a problem with the airplane," you don't want to just say, "Yeah, let's go. I got to get to my appointment." We have to be very safety conscious here. And everybody recognizes that safety is the highest priority. And if there's a problem, we need to fix it now before we get into a situation that we might regret later.
Yeah, especially when you're talking a crewed flight. I mean, it was just last week we heard the reports, release of the report looking into Starliner, where they said there wasn't enough of a priority on safety. There were things that were done that probably should not have been done, some boundaries that were pushed that should not have been pushed. And so, when you coming on the heels of that report, probably not surprising to see whatever precautions need to be taken to be taken.
Sure, and in a way, I suppose it's actually somewhat encouraging from the point of view if anyone was concerned that there was suddenly additional pressure on the Artemis program to, once again maybe beat the Chinese to the moon, and with all of the recent talk about stepping up the lunar lander program and finding alternatives if necessary to get there as soon as possible, then obviously they wouldn't be making these decisions to take the time needed to be safe. So I think in that way it shows that NASA is still looking at this from the point of view of crew safety above any kind of milestones or any kind of a space race, if you will.
Now, last thing here, just want to ask you kind of big picture about the Artemis mission. There have been a number of different issues and delays. When you talk about the kind of overarching goal of this mission, are you confident that things will kind of get smoothed out to where things are able to proceed with not just Artemis 2 but the other missions beyond?
Yeah, I think so. Excuse me. If you look at the history of NASA, when they're cautious like this, they're cautious for reasons. And then when the mission actually does happen, usually everything is a spectacular success. And I don't see any reason to believe that this won't be the same.
Dr. Don Platt, Spaceport Education Center and Florida Institute of Technology. We always appreciate you joining us and sharing your expertise with us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, my pleasure. Anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins us now. And Brooks, a lot to talk about the weather between the cold we're dealing with here, the fire danger that we're seeing here, and then blizzards that we're seeing up in the Northeast.
Yes, and then another warm-up coming our way late week. So it's like basically everything you can picture. It's it's all here at the same time.
Yeah.
Welcome to February. The season
Right.
of transition. We transition from winter to spring, at least here in the south and across Florida, with all the fixins. Well, today's going to be a cool one. Temperatures running 20 degrees colder than normal. Our high 56 degrees, that achieved at 4 p.m. Typically, we top out at 76. It's going to be a slow drive to get up to 56 degrees, by the way. And then this evening, we're going to cool down fast back to the 40s by dinner time. So heads up. Tomorrow morning's going to be really chilly. 55 in Leesburg today, 52 Gainesville, 58 at Cocoa Beach. Just cold all the way around. And after this weekend when we saw highs near 90, this is definitely a shock to the system. It's all thanks to a blizzard in the Northeast. This blizzard is as strong as a Category 2 hurricane, as qualified by the minimal central pressure. Yeah, it's as low as a Cat 2. Winds gusting over 84 miles an hour on Nantucket Island and 81 miles per hour in Wellfleet on Cape Cod. So this wraparound air is bringing cold winter air straight down from Ohio, right down I-75, and then right down into our neck of the woods. Well, the satellite imagery shows a perfect curly Q of a blizzard, and the radar to boot shows really heavy snow from Cape Cod all the way down through New York, Philly, and Jersey, with blizzard conditions for a lot of these locations. Here's a live view from Warwick, Rhode Island, where it's 31 degrees and it is snowing horizontally. At times, that flag has been whipping in the wind with gusts clearly over 50 miles an hour. And it's a heavy, wet snow, so this is going to be a lot of fun to shovel for folks up north. Meanwhile, from ice to fire, we've got a fire threat tomorrow as well as today during the afternoon, so it'll be a today and tomorrow thing. It's called a red flag warning in the world of fire management, but we call it a fire weather warning. Bottom line is gusty winds with very low humidity brought down from that blizzard, and drought conditions is making Florida a veritable tinderbox. So be very careful with any source of ignition, whether it's cigarette butts or unsecured chains on trailers that can cause sparks, or even parking your car and idling on tall grass.
Yeah, and let's show you right now, because we've got crews in Orange County out dealing with a brush fire there right now. We've got our crew out there. You can see the smoke in the area, and this is just the thing that we have seen in recent days, and really seeing that risk pick up again because of the conditions that we're dealing with to start the week here.
Yeah, those images say it all, Gary. You're absolutely right. With the wind blowing, if there's any flame at all, it can really run. The conditions, even though we had a little bit of rain over the weekend, are just bone dry. And we've had brush fires on the sides of the freeways, in campgrounds. There's one in Hollow Paw, about a 200-acre fire in Osceola County near St. Cloud over the weekend, and here's clearly another one. So crews are trying to tamp it down before it becomes a bigger problem. You know, earlier there was a car fire in Ocala along I-75, and we were concerned that those flames would catch the adjacent wooded areas. Fortunately, crews were able to knock it down, but yeah, you can see that smoke on the left-hand side of the screen. And the fire danger is clearly a threat right now, and it's only going to get worse as we head into the day tomorrow.
Yeah, so certainly something to keep in mind there. Yeah. Like you said, it doesn't take much, so you certainly keep those things in mind.
Absolutely. Well, this cold weather, despite it being so cold, will still harbor this high fire danger. It's really less a function of the air temperature, more a function of the relative humidity and the types of things out there that can burn. Now that said, we're calling both today and tomorrow Fox 35 storm team alerts for the cold. Obviously cold today. It'll be really cold tonight with a freeze warning region-wide, with the exception of the coast, with temperatures falling to about 28 in Ocala and as warm as 34 in Orlando, but obviously outside the city it'll be about 32. This should be about the last freeze of the season on any given February 24th. There's only about a 2 and 5% chance that Orlando itself sees freezing temperatures, so it's becoming very unlikely. And as we head into March, the latest freeze on record ever is March 17th. So we're just a couple weeks away from that being completely not even a possibility. And probably after this one, it won't be a possibility because we bounce back into the 80s before you know it. We do have some welcome rain coming our way Friday and Saturday. The timing isn't great, but the rain chances will probably jump up and become likely. Not great because people have plans on the weekend, but we need the rain. So yeah, it's an interesting setup. And the warmer it gets, the lower the humidity, which makes the fire danger even more acute. So we're probably going to see another fire danger setting up for Thursday ahead of that next system.
All right, just really feeling the impacts of that drought.
Absolutely, this is the worst drought in decades. And look back at fire seasons like in 1998, that was a historic one where people in Florida who were here for that can attest that there were some fires that came right up to homes, like in the town of Edgewater. Hopefully that is not a reality this spring, but we've got about 2 to 3 more months of increasingly drying weather, so it's only going to get worse before it gets better.
All right, so we will not complain about those chances of rain in the forecast.
Exactly. We need it.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thanks.
As we go to break, let me give you a live look in New York City, where the blizzard has just really taken aim. The Northeast dealing with a lot of snow right now. Here's a live shot showing just some of what they are dealing with up in the Northeast. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're more than halfway through the legislative session in Tallahassee. Now, a lot of things have been going on, still ongoing discussions about the budget. The House and Senate conference members have been announced, and so they will work to negotiate and figure out an agreement now that the House and Senate have moved their proposals forward. We also saw last week the House move forward a property tax elimination proposal. So a lot of things have been going on. Earlier today, we heard from Florida House Democrats who held their weekly media availability, speaking with reporters on a number of different topics. Here is House Minority Leader Ventris Driscoll, Democrat from Tampa, and you'll hear from a couple of others in the leadership as well, including Representative Hunchofsky and Representative Skidmore as well, speaking to reporters via Zoom earlier today.
So let's talk about some week 7 vibes, because we're in week 7 and it feels like the session still has yet to really get going. The Republican leadership in the House and Senate are fighting. The governor is fighting with House leadership. Lots of priority bills are stuck in limbo. So far, and this was surprising, but maybe not so surprising, only 8 bills have passed both chambers. And not enough is being done for Floridians who just want their state government to help them with the affordability crisis that is hurting our working families and seniors. Nobody cares about Tallahassee drama when they can't afford groceries or rent or their power bill or to go to a doctor. Unfortunately, Tallahassee is almost as bogged down as the mess in Washington, D.C., and that's not helping anybody. And speaking of a bogged down, swampy mess, last week, we learned that Florida's Attorney General, James Uthmeier, was being paid the ridiculous salary of $100,000 to teach a 2-credit course at the University of Florida. Most adjuncts make about $5,000 for teaching a class. In the 5 months since this started, neither he nor the University of Florida mentioned the deal. They kept it quiet because they knew it was excessive, insulting to other teachers, and smelled of corruption. When called out about it, Uthmeier claimed he needed the extra money. He already makes $140,000 as our attorney general. Altogether, now he makes $240,000 of our taxpayer dollars. That's 3 times what the average Florida family makes. As state representatives, we make $29,697, and none of us or any of the thousands of state employees, including lawyers in the AG's office, are offered 6-figure paydays for just a few hours of work. All I see is someone double dipping into our taxpayer dollars. It's not a defensible paycheck, and they know it. This is not the first time, though, that we've seen Uthmeier caught in questionable financial decisions. He was also behind the Hope Florida scandal. This is at least twice now that Uthmeier has done questionable things with our tax dollars for political or personal gain. Uthmeier said he would struggle if he only made his base salary as AG. Again, that's $140,000, by the way. Unfortunately, many Florida families are actually struggling due to the affordability crisis. This is tone deaf and out of touch with the people of Florida. While Uthmeier accepts sweetheart deals and money he didn't earn, Democrats are working on solutions. One of our caucus's bills, House Bill 687, Refocusing Florida's Government, identifies and ends wasteful spending in Florida. The people deserve to know their money is being spent well to make our state a better place to raise a family or to retire. We would cut the waste, and any recovered funds would go directly to help families through the Working Floridians Tax Rebate Program. This is what we should be focusing on, not enriching ourselves on the hard-earned tax money from Florida's working families and seniors. Now, we like to open it up for questions. If you have any questions or anything you'd like us to address, please feel free to take yourself off mute or to drop those in the chat, and we'll be happy to address them in turn.
Hi, Speaker, Leader Driscoll, Mitch Perry, Florida Phoenix.
Hi, Mitch.
Good morning. Question just about Florida Forever being defunded in the House, and then being directed to another, acquisition program that the Republicans say is better, basically.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I've been tracking that. I've, followed it in the Budget Committee and then also asked some questions about it on the floor. I'm concerned because, of course, we all remember that Florida Forever was decided by Florida's voters in the form of a constitutional amendment that we wanted to direct funds towards the conservation of land. And while, of course, these rural and farmlands are within the scope of Forever Florida, it's not so much that I have a problem that we're directing dollars towards that. It's just that we seem to have zeroed out the Florida Forever dollars, that are supposed to go more towards environmental lands, environmental concerns, and that type of conservation. So it's concerning to me because it seems to be a shift in policy priorities that is out of alignment with how we're supposed to spend those funds. So I'll continue to watch it. We'll all watch it through the budget process and see what happens. But I'm hoping that perhaps if we shine a light on it and raise some awareness around it, then maybe people will also pay attention and put some pressure on us to fund conservation of natural lands. Okay, let's see here.
Hi, good morning. This is Gabrielle Russin from Florida Politics.
Hi, Gabrielle.
Hello, thank you so much for taking questions this morning. I had a question about Senate Bill 694. That's the bill to compensate the families of Groveland 4. And I know that bill passed the Senate last week, but hasn't had any movement in the House. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. I believe it's a priority of the Black Caucus. I'd love to know if you think it has a chance of clearing the House or any sense on what that fate of that bill would be. Thank you so much.
No, thanks, Gabrielle, for that question. So the House companion bill is being carried by Representative Rashawn Young, who is one of our newest members to the Florida House of Representatives. It is a really great bill. And, I hope that legislative leadership here in the House watched the beautiful bipartisan moment that was shared on the Senate floor. And I get it. I know that the chambers are fighting, but when it comes to some things, we really should transcend chamber and we should transcend party. The Groveland 4, those young men we know were wrongfully accused, wrongfully convicted, wrongfully killed, and to be able to bring some peace and just justice to that community and to that family means so much. And I think it's good that it passed off the floor of the Senate because that's a strong signal to the House that it's time to get going. The challenge that I worry about is that we're now in the phase of session where subcommittees are pretty much going to stop meeting. Most of them will stop meeting, and I do believe that bill has been referred to some subcommittees, but there's still time on the clock, which means that there are procedural mechanisms that can be used to try to get that piece of legislation across the finish line. I know I've had conversations with legislative leadership about it to see if we can get it unstuck. It certainly is a bill whose time has come, or actually I should say is long overdue. And whether we get it across the finish line this session or it takes another opportunity, another bite at the apple, we'll continue to push for it because that's what's right. That's what's right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see that Cody Butler has a question. Good morning, Cody. What do you make of only 8 bills making it to the governor? Good thing, bad thing? Great question. So with only 8 bills that have crossed the finish line in both the House and the Senate, typically we would say from our perspective that less bills usually means the Republicans are causing less harm. But this year I'm worried about it because it means that there's not enough attention being paid to the affordability crisis. And we keep hearing our colleagues across the aisle use that word. I'm so grateful that their eyes have been opened, that there is an affordability crisis in Florida. Now we need them to open their hearts to that and to actually do something, to actually take decisive, positive legislative action to improve the lives of Floridians. And that's what we're missing. Whenever there's this infighting, and we saw it last session, it's the people of Florida who lose out. So from our caucus's perspective, we're going to do everything that we can to remain laser focused on affordability and try to get Floridians some relief. But it seems like our Republican colleagues, unfortunately, are existing in dysfunction and not moving the ball as they should when it comes to our good bills on affordability. Mike, good morning. What do you see or not see in the House and Senate budget proposals to deal with affordability? Do any of, I've been talking a lot, Rep. Hunchovsky or Rep. Skidmore want to chime in on that about the budget proposals as they relate specifically to affordability?
Thank you, Leader. I'll just sort of raise what you mentioned at the beginning of the media avail. We have legislation that would address that exactly, the affordability crisis, and the crazy thing about every session that has its own personality is this one is a little bit like Sybil. It's got lots of personalities, and it's so hard to track and gauge what the House and Senate are going to agree on and not agree on. They're pretty far apart at this point, and so it's going to take a lot of work. And I think Speaker Perez kind of alluded to that fact at the beginning of session last week. That we're going to do what the House is going to do, what the House is going to do. And if the Senate wants to go along, that would be great. That's a bit foreboding as to the process. So I think that what we don't see are things that help everyday Floridians be able to afford to continue to live in Florida. And I think what we do see is a continuation of funding for things that we shouldn't be funding. We still haven't addressed, the slush funds. We haven't addressed all the payments for things that shouldn't be paid for. We haven't talked about, the bill that our caucus has put forward that would flesh out some of these things that shouldn't be funded in the state. One of my big pet peeves is, the fake clinics. That's almost $30 million every year recurring. They don't even have to ask for it. So unfortunately, that's still in the budget, but nothing for Floridians and our constituents to make life better for them. So I think that's the bigger picture of what we see and don't see. And maybe Leader Hunchovsky has, some details she wants to throw into, but that's what I see. And that, the fighting makes it very difficult to know where we're going to land.
Thank you.
I'll just add on there. I mean, we could be doing so much more to make healthcare more affordable. It's something we regulate here in the state. If we were expanding Medicaid, that would help so many Floridians with access to quality, affordable healthcare. We're still dealing with the ADAP situation regarding prescription drug prices. So there are a lot of things that we can be doing on a state level to make healthcare which is a huge cost driver in any family, make it more accessible and affordable to Florida families.
Thank you for that. And I'll add, I don't know if folks have picked up on it, but I noticed that the subcommittee chairs, when describing their silos, would talk about different priorities being funded at the statutory levels. That was very interesting and telling language, because what they're trying to say is we're funding these things at the minimum. And that's concerning to me, particularly when it comes to something like affordable housing. And I'm not convinced that we have less dollars going towards affordable housing this budget cycle than we did the last, especially because there are certain Live Local Act dollars that have been removed. So I'm concerned about that, and people are talking about the cost of groceries and housing and healthcare, insurance, renting a home, owning a home. And we're not seeing anything transformational on those fronts. But yet it's okay for the governor to spend $500 million on things like Alligator Alcatraz. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Another question from Mike. This year, how well do House and Senate bill sponsors seem to be able to work together to get on the same page on bills? I would say from the Democratic caucus perspective, I haven't heard of any issues. It seems that folks are working very hard, working their priorities across the aisle and across chambers. It's just that when legislative leadership is fighting like this, sometimes our priorities get caught up in the crosshairs. And that's not fair to our members or to the communities that we serve, but it's not for a lack of trying and working very hard to make sure that each member is doing what they can to advance legislation in their particular chambers. Okay. Well, I think that about does it. So thank you.
That is House Democratic leadership speaking virtually today to reporters amid the legislative session. Let's give you a live look right now in Central Park. This live image, courtesy WNYW. You can see a lot of folks in Central Park in New York City with their sleds, with their gloves and their coats on, at least having some fun in the middle of a blizzard that's going on and slam in the Northeast right now. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and good to see you on this Monday afternoon. We're learning more about an armed man who was shot and killed after investigators say he drove into the secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump's resort in Palm Beach. This happened early Sunday morning. We're talking overnight, 1:30 in the morning on Sunday. President Trump, thankfully not at Mar-a-Lago at the time. He was at the White House this past weekend. But that man, that suspect, investigators say he had a gas can and a shotgun with him. His motive is not exactly clear. Investigators have not officially said, but we do know there have been previous attempts on the life of President Trump, including one at his golf club in South Florida. I talked earlier with Dave Benson. He is a global security consultant based out of Central Florida here. And we talked about what we know about this investigation, making sure that the president stays safe, and a troubling increase in political violence.
Well, my first response as a lifelong security professional is that the system works. It's tragic that a loss of life, but in this case, it was a would-be perpetrator. And it's part of this concept of concentric rings of security coverage around, international and nationally protected individuals and locations. In this case, the president's home in Mar-a-Lago.
And he was not there at the time. He was at the White House, but obviously there are still, very strict security protocols in place, even with the president not there.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I like to liken it to an accordion. There's always security coverage on there. In this case, it would be Secret Service. It might be other federal agencies, but also state and local, the sheriff's office. And then they will ramp it up once the principal, in this case, the president or the first family, show up. So coverage there 24/7.
What challenges does securing a place like Mar-a-Lago present to security? Obviously, it's a high-profile location. We're talking about it's a place that the president of the United States often spends his weekends. What challenges does that pose?
Well, Mar-a-Lago particularly because it's also a private club.
Yeah,
there's always been challenges with that. What are the screening procedures? What bona fides do you have to show? Are you expected? Are you on a guest list or not? Certainly, an event like this that happened in the middle of the night was pretty clear what the motivation was. But it really is, you have to be in a constant state of alert. I always said when I did executive and dignitary protection, oftentimes it's 55 minutes of sheer boredom followed by 5 minutes of sheer terror, because you never know how you're going to have to respond. So being specifically trained, have plans, policies and procedures, and stick to them is the key.
And that constant vigilance, especially with someone like President Trump, because we have seen now, 2 attempted assassinations, other security incidents like this one, and so what does that do to the security and the Secret Service and that kind of thing when you see these ongoing attempts or efforts or potential security breaches? That I would imagine you really know you have to stay vigilant.
You do. And the sad reality of this is attempts or incidents like this aren't going to go away anytime soon, particularly with this particular president who was a polarizing figure. Either love him, dislike him, like the policies. I also tie it into what I call what's happening globally, the weaponization of politics. We understand now that this individual seemed to have some kind of a beef with Jeffrey Epstein, and therefore to make that causal connection between the president of the United States might not make a lot of sense to us, but these are the type of things that protective intelligence teams have to be on the lookout for. It ebbs and it flows. Are there trends? And then what's that information that we can find out to make sure that our protectees and our facilities aren't in harm's way?
When you continue to see things like this happen, are there adjustments in protocols or increasing protocols or maybe changing some procedures to try to prevent further things that happen? Are there reviews and audits that maybe go into place after something like this?
Yeah, absolutely. I can assure you that almost instantaneously after this event, a look at policies and procedures, what went well, what didn't go well. There's a baseline level of security that all presidents of the United States have. And then you add potential specificities of violence, where they are, what's the location, proximity to known threats. All these things are put into the bag, and then you come up with a threat assessment of where we are. And it really can change daily, weekly, depending on where you are. But clearly, this administration, this president, I'm not privy to inside baseball here, but I'm pretty confident they have as high a threat level as we've seen in recent years.
And you also talked about the weaponization of politics and kind of the increase in political violence and the increase of willingness of people to engage in that violence, it seems, over political topics. And so where do we go from here when it comes to security of candidates or office holders or things like that, as this seems like something we are seeing more as a society?
We are. And the other thing that we see is more and more usage or access to the internet and social media. And when we have an individual or individuals that are inclined to commit an act of targeted violence against an individual or a group, sadly, we have chat rooms, we have organizations that will egg these people on. They may never commit such an act themselves, but we've seen it over and over again, kind of a self-radicalization that kind of gives them justification in their mind, if you will, to commit these acts.
And we talked about, in the aftermath of something like this, security, looking at protocols and things that may be able to prevent further efforts. What about the suspect himself? Do they, when they look at these investigations, is that part of looking at preventing things like this in the future as well? I don't know if the profile of the person is the right word, but looking at how they acted, or some of their connections or involvement, are those things that are also looked at?
Yes, they absolutely are, and it's a constant ebb and flow. They're trying to dig in as much of this individual's background as possible. What might have precipitated him trying to make this move from North Carolina, I believe it was, to commit this act of targeted violence. Have they been troubled before? Are they on the radar screen with law enforcement or fusion centers? All these sorts of things. Or have they just kind of popped up on the radar screen? So we really want to find out as much as we can about this case. Happily, it was diverted from our perspective. But the reality is we have people out there that sadly are waiting to commit the next act. And oftentimes they mimic or emulate some of the procedures, if you will, and planning behaviors that some of these individuals do. So it's really critical to understand how this could have happened, where this came from. And then the big piece is, what can we do in the future to at least mitigate it, if not avoid it completely?
Yeah, frightening, Dave, to think of all those threats out there.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And to the public and to our viewers, we want to be able to say, we want you to be mindful, not fearful. If you see something, say something, pass it to the appropriate authorities, take action, be a upstander, not a bystander. Bystanders sit back and do little or nothing and panic. Upstanders take proactive measures that are appropriate. And so we're all in this together. And do what we can to help in the overall security posture as well, and make good decisions as we live our lives. But we've got to continue to live our lives, not in fear.
Great perspective, as always. Dave Benson, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. Let me give you a live look right now inside the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, where we are getting ready for an update on a cold case. Flagler County Sheriff, the FBI, a number of others expected to be at this news conference that's scheduled to start in about 10 or 12 minutes from now. So we will bring that to you live as soon as it does begin right here on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to shift gears right now while we're waiting on that and take you to Tallahassee, where we heard earlier today from a couple of Democratic lawmakers, including State Representative Anna Escamani from Orlando and Chevron Jones, a state senator from Miami Gardens, who talked about immigration. We heard earlier the state CFO, Republican, talking about the importance of the immigration enforcement efforts that are going on around the state. He had positive words for law enforcement. He awarded some funds to a number of law enforcement agencies as well. At the news conference today, those two Democratic lawmakers, at this news conference that I'm about to show you, a couple of Democratic lawmakers were joined by some others it was an interfaith news conference. So they were joined by members of the clergy from a variety of different backgrounds and some other advocacy groups talking about their concerns about immigration enforcement, showing their support for immigrants' rights, and talking about a number of things as well. So I want to get you to that news conference. You'll get to hear a little bit of it from the fourth floor rotunda in Tallahassee earlier today.
God is asking us to repent for the ways in which we have ignored Jesus in the face of our immigrant neighbors. God is asking us to show compassion, to suffer with our immigrant neighbors by being generous with our resources and humble in our judgment of others. God is reminding us that so many people in our country have suffered being targeted by legislation over the course of history, and God is reminding Florida Republicans to use your privilege in the House and the Senate to talk with your colleagues and remind them that you are here to expose evil plots against vulnerable people who are righteous. God is exposing the lies that tell Floridians that the greatest threat to your safety is a child going to school or a parent going to work to feed their families. God is exposing the fear-mongering that turns your neighbor into your enemy to distract from the greed of tyrants. This is a critical election year for our country, and God cannot be any clearer in this holy season across faith traditions around the world. This is a Kairos moment, a time of great opportunity sent from God for healing and for correction. And so today we are listening to people of faith and to advocates from around the state who can speak now about what Florida legislators and voters can do to respond to God's call on our hearts during this holy season. I invite you to pray briefly with me. Creator God, God of mercy, God of compassion, God who sees us, and God of righteous judgment. God who is sufficient for the needs of your people, hear our prayers today as we protect our immigrant neighbors. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Janine, for those beautiful words, and Ramadan Mubarak to our Muslim community. Next, we'll have Representative Anna Escamani joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm so grateful for our faith leaders for coming to the state capitol today, alongside, of course, my phenomenal colleague, Senator Chevron Jones, as we once more amplify just the importance of treating our fellow humans with dignity and respect. Today we gather with Faith in Life Action to call out what we see as a continuation of extremism and anti-immigrant rhetoric and policies coming from some of the most powerful places in this country, from the White House to Congress to right here in the state capitol. There are multiple anti-immigrant bills making their way through this process that continue to push our diverse community into the shadows. Every single day in District 42, where I serve, we receive a new story from an immigrant whose husband, whose son has been detained, pulled over for a minor traffic violation, stopped while walking to work, and finding themselves in the Orange County or Osceola County Jail, and then in an immigrant detention camp, either facilitated by the state of Florida or by ICE or both. It's an environment where there is no due process. It's an environment when cruelty is the point, where people are detained sometimes for months at a time, not in an effort to ensure that there is a clear path of justice, but truly to push you to self-deport. That's what's happening. I see it every single day in my office, and it breaks my heart because I will have families contact me and say, what can I do? What can you do? What has been your success rate in helping immigrants navigate this? And it's not good because the Trump administration continues to change the rules every step of the way, changing the legal landscape, making it harder to seek some sort of bond. Of course, in Orange County, we've seen federal judges toss out cases because of how illegitimate they are to detain individuals who have legal status, who have full permission to stay here in this country, business owners, taxpayers. And I want to elevate too this misinformation that I see every day around accusing immigrants to, quote, do it the right way and follow the rules. I hate to break it to my fellow Floridians and Americans, but the pathway to become a citizen in this country is very, very, very difficult. And you don't have money, it's almost impossible. And this notion of following the rules, where you have opened up the opportunity for programs like TPS, and now you're taking away from people, emphasizes for me that not only is there no clear path to citizenship in this country, but that you're changing the rules that people are trying to follow. And so we need a clear path to citizenship. If you are following our community standards, you are contributing to our economy, you are raising your family here, you deserve a clear path to citizenship in this country. Because living in the shadows, especially today, is not only scary, but it is being weaponized at a neighborhood level to intimidate children, to harass hardworking Floridians, and to create an ecosystem where the trust between people and law enforcement has been dramatically eroded. So we gather here today as people of faith, people of big hearts, to amplify the message that immigrants are Floridians, and immigrants are human, and that we need to hold the line on what we're seeing happen in this country, but also be proactive in what we envision for the future. And I just quickly want to also acknowledge that the role that our faith leaders have played in advocacy. You know, I am involved in many lawsuits against the state of Florida. I'm a witness in the Everglades lawsuit to close the immigrant detention camp in the Everglades. But for months now on Sundays, there's a vigil outside the so-called alligator Alcatraz. And I think it just further demonstrates how we continue to find hope and faith despite the obstacles, despite the environment. And I'm always so grateful to many faith leaders who reached out to me, who have congregants that have been detained, who are also trying to maintain a safe place of worship in an environment where that's not even a guaranteed. And so I'm just so grateful to always stand in solidarity with Faith in Public Life Action, and I thank everyone for being here today.
Thank you so much, Representative Escamani, for your advocacy as always, and a reminder that together we are stronger. Next up, we'll have another advocate, Senator Shepard Jones.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here and us gathering in this space today. Before I get started, I do want to thank our faith leaders who are here. I want to thank Faith in Public Life Action, and I want to also thank my forever friend, Florida's fighter, and my sister, that's Representative Escamani, who I love so dearly. You always understand. You know, I've been in this legislative process for 13 years now, and you would think that the process gets better, but it seems as if as time has gone on and as from individuals who are not as popular as they think they are, the policies seem to get worse. Imagine receiving a phone call from an individual who's been in this country, in this state for over 30 years, driving to work every single day, dropping his son and his daughter off to school, and to receive a notification that they should not return back to work because of the uncertainties of immigration policies in this country and in this state. That is not a hypothetical story. That is a phone call that my office received just last week from a father who was a taxpayer here, who drives to Miami Beach every single day, drops his children off to school, and he contributes here, has never caused a problem. But now we as a country, as a state, are telling them that they are no longer welcome here. I want to start from a perspective that seems that the leaders of this building and across this country say they understand, and that's faith. Since I share that same faith that they profess, I think it's only fair that we begin there, because Jesus himself is an immigrant. And before he preached a sermon, before he performed a miracle, before he ever said, love your neighbor, he was a child carried across the border by parents fleeing political violence. That's right. The Holy Family led Egypt to survive. By today's definition, they would have been what we know as refugees. And later in his ministry, he made something unmistakably clear in Matthew 25 that was just shared. He said, whatever you do for the least of these, you did for me. He didn't say not the most powerful. He didn't say the most comfortable. He said the least of these. So when leaders who quote scripture on Sunday criminalize migrant families on Monday, I have to ask the question, are we practicing the faith we preach, or are we weaponizing it? Now let's move from scripture to spreadsheets, because it seems like the individuals in this building, they understand the economy or economics. Because many of these same leaders also claim to be fiscally conservative. Florida's the largest industries, agriculture, tourism, construction, rely heavily on migrant labor. That is not ideology, that's economics. You cannot harvest crops without farm workers. You cannot build homes without construction crews. You cannot sustain our hospitality industry without immigrant labor. And I've heard directly from healthcare leaders right here in Miami-Dade County where I represent, from those who are on Haitian TPS, and they said that if Haitian TPS is revoked, parts of our healthcare workforce will be significantly impacted. So let's be honest. You cannot call yourself fiscally conservative while attacking the very workforce that fuels this economy. That's not conservatism. That is contradiction of what's coming out of your mouth. Anti-immigrant policies will not strengthen Florida's economy. They will shrink it. They will strain it. And we're seeing that in real time right now. And they will cost us more than we ever saved. Now let me be clear. No one, and Representative Escamani just made it clear, no one is arguing against deporting violent criminals, because public safety matters. But here's what I tell you, that there are families who have lived here for decades, like the ones that I just made mention of, people who pay taxes, people who started businesses, people who worship beside you, people who even clean your houses.
Yes. Watch your kids.
And watch your children. Cut your grass, and has graduated from our high schools. Which brings me to SB 822. This policy passed this legislative body, and I'm still upset about it because it passed this legislative body in a bipartisan manner when I was in the House. Republicans voted for it. Democrats voted for it. Because at that time, we understood something simple. If a student graduates from a Florida high school, if they have grown up here, if they are contributing here, Florida benefits when they succeed. So I have to ask, have our politics become so polarized that in just a few short years we told DACA recipients, you are welcome here, go to school, build your life, and now because the rhetoric has shifted, because the politics have changed, we are telling these same people, never mind.
Flagler County Sheriff, a number of others walking up to the podium here as we get ready for an update on a cold case, some new developments in this cold case out of Flagler County. We're not sure what it might be. We're anxious to hear from Sheriff Staley here as he holds up a sheet for a white balance to help the photographers in the room there. Let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference gets underway.
Everyone for coming. Thank you those that are online with us on social media. Today we're providing an update on the case of Mary Lou Combs, a Palm Coast woman who disappeared more than 22 years ago. Standing here with me today from the Flagler County Sheriff's Office is Chief Deputy Joseph Barilli, our Investigative Services Division Chief, Augie Rodriguez. I'm not going to list everybody going through this process, but Detective Sarah Scalia, who is case agent currently, and Corporal Andrew Cangelosi, who was the initial cold case detective. Let's see, I don't see Chief Welker. Sergeant John Reckenwald is here. He took actually the initial report when he was a deputy in Crime Scene Investigative Unit Manager Savannah McClellan. Representing the FBI team who participated in this investigation is Special Agent in Charge Jason Carley of the Jacksonville FBI Field Office. And we had a number of FBI teams here that included our FBI Evidence Response Team, the FBI's Underwater Search and Evidence Response Team, and the FBI Laboratory. We also want to recognize the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Lieutenant Nate Brock, who's here, and the private dive teams that assisted us is Ken Fleming with Recon Dive and Recovery, and Vern Schertz from Hilo and Sub. Thank you for being here. I'd also like to acknowledge the District 23 Medical Examiner's Office and the homeowners who accommodated us at the dive site, which I will talk about. But before I begin my formal comments on the case, I'd also like to recognize Mary Lou's family members who've joined us today. Her daughter, Natasha Harper, her sisters, Tracy Hayes and Rita Haney, and brother Jerry Combs. So thank you for attending, and hopefully we can help answer the questions on this mystery today. So let me just tell you a little bit about the case background. Mary Lou Combs was last seen on August 19, 2003, leaving her Palm Coast home located at 3 Sanchez Avenue in the Hammock area of Flagler County, after, frankly, an argument with her mother. She periodically shared this home with her mother and 2 of her 3 children. She was 41 years old at the time of her disappearance. 2 weeks after she was last seen, Mary Lou's sister-in-law contacted the sheriff's office. A statewide BOLO was issued, but no missing persons report was filed at that time. On October 9th, 2003, Mary Lou was officially reported missing in a report taken by then Deputy John Reckenwald, who, as I mentioned, is here with us now. And ironically, he's a sergeant over our Marine and Agriculture unit. At that time, deputies spoke to Mary Lou's mother and sister-in-law. A follow-up report was made on January 6, 2004, as Mary Lou's family told deputies that they had still not heard from her. During this follow-up, Mary Lou's mother provided deputies with her vehicle information, which was a 1996 red Dodge Plymouth Neon. 2 days later, on January 28th, Mary Lou's family informed deputies that she had been fired from her job a week prior to a disappearance and had never collected her final paycheck. They also told deputies she had missed her children's birthdays and holidays, which was very unlike her to do. Over the years, detectives followed numerous tips in search for Mary, but those efforts were unsuccessful and the case went cold. In 2020, we launched the agency's first full-time cold case unit to examine unsolved crimes, including Mary Lou's disappearance. We launched that because I believe that it is our responsibility to be the voice of victims and for their families so that we can bring closure to these cases. Our first cold case detective, then Detective Andrew Cangelosi, picked up the search by going back to review the tips and re-interviewing known associates of Mary Lou. The Sheriff's Office dive team also searched various ponds and canals. In late 2021, the case gained some new media coverage. It was featured on First Coast News' Unsolved Crimes and Fox 35's True Crimes Files. Despite the renewed interest in the case, no new leads were generated from that activity. In February 2024, we partnered with 2 volunteer dive teams, Recon Dive Recovery and Hilo and Sub, to search for Mary Lou's vehicle. On October 25th, we finally had our big breakthrough. The volunteers had found what they believed to be a vehicle submerged underwater, upside down in the Intercoastal Waterway. They also found a bumper consistent with Mary Lou's vehicle in the Intercoastal Waterway near 18th Road. Our dive team dived the site, but due to the depth, condition, and location of the vehicle, which is approximately 14 to 17 feet underwater, upside down, and now partially buried in muck after over 22 years, we requested assistance from the FBI's Underwater Search and Evidence Response Team from Miami and the FBI Evidence Response Team in Jacksonville. In December 2025, the FBI dive team conducted an underwater survey of the area to determine exactly what would be needed in the recovery effort. The vehicle was in poor condition due to it being submerged in salt water for over 22 years and would actually crumble when it was touched, which made this a much more difficult recovery effort. On February 3rd, 2026, a 3-day multi-agency recovery operation began, which coincided, ironically, on National Missing Persons Day. And we didn't plan that. It just happened to be that day that everybody could get together to start this recovery. The FBI provided close to 30 people for this mission, including some as far away as Quantico, Virginia, from the FBI Academy. And we really appreciate the efforts of the FBI here, and you'll hear more about that in just a little minute. And I have to tell you, I was at the scene. The FBI operation was just over the top with the resources and the capability they have that we're going to talk about now. FBI divers entered the vehicle through a broken driver's side window. FBI dredging equipment was used to suction contents into an evidence recovery basket on shore, where FBI evidence response teams carefully sifted through sediment to locate evidence. Items recovered, I'm not going to list it all, but I'm going to list a few of them. Parts of the car that were consistent with a Dodge Neon, a shoe size 7 consistent with Mary Lou's shoe size, a Florida driver's license issued to Mary Combs that frankly was in pristine condition, toys which Mary Lou's daughter, Natasha, who was 13 years old when her mother went missing, confirmed the toys were hers. Human remains which were confirmed by an on-scene FBI forensic anthropologist. That's the kind of resources that we were given. They flew an anthropologist to the scene during this operation. As part of that recovery, included a leg bone with metal plates attached. And that's significant because we know that Mary had metal plates implanted after having a crushing ankle injury. All evidence strongly suggests the remains are those of Mary Lou Combs, but final determination is pending DNA testing. However, prolonged exposure to salt water may have limited the ability for DNA comparison. The DNA is still pending. What we believe occurred is that Mary Lou accidentally drove into the Intercoastal Waterway at the end of 18th Road. As you can see from the photo behind me, 18th Road is a dirt road which used to be an old boat ramp and goes directly into the water. Now, go back almost 23 years now, and remember the population in Flagler County and the Barrier Island. isn't what it was today. So it was still a fairly rural, sparsely populated location. What we believe after the car went into the water, the current started carrying the car north and began filling with water. The car capsized and sank to the bottom of the intercoastal near 66 and 68 Hernandez Avenue in the hammock, likely trapping Mary Lou in the car. The broken window could indicate that she tried to escape or the window was damaged over time. We probably will never know exactly what occurred when it comes to that. We know, given the passage of more than 2 decades, that finding Mary Lou alive was extremely unlikely. However, providing answers, no matter how difficult, is critical for families who have endured decades of uncertainty. Our goal has always been to bring resolution, accountability if warranted, and the opportunity for her family to lay her to rest. I want to thank and commend our detectives and our cold case and major case unit, our CSI unit, our Marine unit, our dive team for working diligently on this case and never giving up. I also want to thank again our partner agencies and volunteer organizations from the FBI, FWC, the Medical Examiner's Office, Recon Dive Recovery, and Hilo and SUB. And I want to thank the homeowners on Hernandez Avenue for accommodating us during this operation by providing use of their property, docks, outdoor showers with hot water. That was really nice for the divers, restrooms, and so much more. They couldn't have been more accommodating. In fact, I think they have a guest house on one of the properties and even offered that. This was truly a multi-agency and community effort requiring teamwork to bring Mary Lou home. So before I introduce the next speaker, I'd like to play a video produced by the FBI.
On February 3rd, 2026, National Missing Persons Day, the remains of Mary Lou Combs were recovered from a submerged car in the Matanzas River after she went missing in 2003. This effort brought in more than 30 FBI personnel from both our evidence response team and the FBI's underwater search and evidence response team. Partnering with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, FBI Jacksonville, and other investigators were finally able to provide some answers and closure to Combs' family.
We believe the public deserves to have safer neighborhoods. The FBI takes this responsibility very seriously. We will continue to work tirelessly with our law enforcement partners to keep the community safer and free from fear, intimidation, and violence.
So with that, I'd like to invite Special Agent in Charge Jason Carley to provide remarks on behalf of the FBI. Please.
Thank you, Sheriff. Sir, I'd like to first thank you and your team for all the hard work that they've done on this investigation and also asking us to come in and support in this operation. I also want to recognize and congratulate Jacksonville's evidence response team and FBI Miami's underwater search and evidence response team that came out and did the hard work. I really appreciate the work that they do. There's a lot of hard work that goes into it. There's a planning that they have to do. It takes not just the operation itself, it's days and days and weeks of planning just to make sure this happens in the right way. And in addition to that, this capability is something that shows to be very successful in these types of operations. I do want to touch on partnerships, as the sheriff has just spoken of. FBI Jacksonville's relationships with law enforcement agencies across North Florida couldn't be stronger. We stand shoulder to shoulder with our law enforcement partners to ensure we're helping the community stay safer. It's an important thing for us, and we will continue to be dedicated towards that effort. I will again thank my team for what they did and all the tireless efforts that they did in terms of this operation, and I hope that the results of this operation will bring some closure to the family. Thank you.
So just so that the media understands what we're doing, there's a few other people I want to offer the opportunity to speak to. Then I have a couple presentations to make to thank some of the individuals involved. And then we'll open it, and the family will have an opportunity to speak if they desire. And then we'll take Q&A. So just bear with us as we go through this. So I would ask, and I don't know if you guys want to, you're welcome to or not, but Ken Fleming, Recon Dive Recovery, if you'd like to say anything.
Thanks, Sheriff. I appreciate it. I'd like to thank Sheriff Staley for his leadership in allowing his cold case unit, his detectives, and all of his deputies to think outside the box and work with civilians, public-private partnership with folks like us. We've made it our mission to locate the missing underwater, where we have our special skills to do so. Detective Scalia contacted us in January of 2004, so this has been a 2-year mission for us, where we've been targeting and checking all the locations. We targeted about 300 ponds in the area, ruled out the ones that were not built at the time that she disappeared, and started attacking everything on the route from where she went missing to where she was expected to be to pick up her check the next day, and likely areas in between, and also opposite directions as well. And then we focused on the river. About a year later, we met with Sarah and the North Florida Cold Case Council. We were invited in to participate in that so that we can showcase this capability of aquatic search and the underwater uncrewed sonar systems that we have for surface and ROV, that we also partner with law enforcement and make these tools available to them as well. After meeting with the Cold Case Council, we continued to work on the case and started focusing on the river with a larger vessel that allowed us to get in there during the boat traffic. We ran sonar up and down the river, and we were casting about a 100-foot wide sonar path, and we saw what we believed to be a little pile of rubble. And then we made the turn. We did about 10 miles on the river, and we've located several vessels underwater, came back to this rubble pile, and started using the sonar equipment to zoom in a little bit tighter in about a 30-meter cast. And that's when we got the shallows to line up to make it look like it could be a vehicle. Unfortunately, it was buried up to the rocker panels upside down, and we were not able to be 100% sure if it was a vehicle. We spent about 1.25 miles trying to get a magnet onto the vehicle, but the metal was so deteriorated that it would not stick. So we had to use our ROVs to take a look at it, try to determine what it was. The visibility was so poor that we had about 12 to 18 inches of visibility. A lot of it was by touch only. I performed 2 dives, recovered the spring, as the sheriff said, and then the bumper was a make, model, year match to the vehicle. And later CSI determined that there was a color swatch that matched the colors as well. We turned the evidence over immediately to the detectives and the dive team, and we sent Sarah a text saying we found her. At least we think we do. Until we have the victim, we're not sure. There were several delays along the way as we put this entire team together to do this operation. We had Buck from Dive 911 come and help us dredge, and then the FBI brought their team in to do the complete dredge. And because of those delays, it turns out that Mary Lou's first set of remains were located on National Missing Persons Day, to which we're all proud of. So we'd like to thank the sheriff and everyone else. I'd like to introduce Vern Schertz of Hilo and Sub, the genius behind our uncrewed sonar systems.
Hello. I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Department, Sarah Scalia, for having the faith in us to bring us in, talk with us about the case. I would also like to thank very much Natasha, Mary Lou's daughter. We spoke with her at length to get a better idea, a better feel for what was going on during that time. One of the things we try to do is get a sense of the case, the person, try to determine whether this could be an accident or a self-harm, things of that nature, which helps drive how we do our searches and stuff. There are almost 1,000 cases across the United States that are very similar to Mary Lou's case. A large portion of those are in the Southeast. In the state of Florida alone, there's 70,000 retention ponds, tens of thousands of miles of canals, let alone all the natural waterways. And there are a lot of cold cases that we are currently working and that we are planning on working in the future. And we're hoping through what we've been able to do here with Flagler County and the FBI that we're able to talk with investigators, talk with detectives, and see if we can find more missing persons and bring more loved ones home. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to add that both of these private partnerships, they didn't charge anything for that, and they operate on contributions and donations, and so on behalf of our taxpayers, thank you for that. You have some great sonar in there. We have some in our Marine unit, but I suspect Sergeant Reckenwald's going to hit me up for more higher tech stuff in the future. So let me talk to you before I see if the family wants to say anything. Mary Lou is survived by her 3 children, Natasha, Robert, and Jeremy, 6 grandchildren, 6 siblings, Rita, Tracy, Rosa, Dennis, Ellis, and Gerald, and 2 others, Heather and Dale, who have since passed away. Her mother, also named Mary Lou Combs, passed away a couple of years after Mary Lou was reported missing, and her father, Harold Combs, passed in 2001. Mary Lou would have been 64 years old last October. To Mary Lou's family, we know this is not the outcome that anyone hoped for. We know it's been a long and painful journey for you all. You had many, many years of uncertainty and wondering what happened, and so we hope this recovery brings you some comfort, the truth, and a chance to honor her memory properly. So on behalf of the men and women of the Sheriff's Office, we share your sorrow, but at the same time, we share your, I don't want to say happiness, but at least now you have some answers and can properly recognize your mother and siblings. So now I'd like to ask Mary Lou's family, you certainly have an opportunity if you'd like to say anything.
So I just have something to read from. As a little girl, my mother was my best friend and my everything. When she went missing, our worlds changed so much, and it has not been the same since. For over 22 years, we've known that our mother did not simply leave us, but we still grieved her and missed her kind and loving presence. The Flagler County Sheriff's Office has always been supportive, and they've always done their best. And when Detective Sarah Scalia came in contact with independent divers, Vernon Schertz and Ken Fleming, everything changed. They've searched tirelessly, dedicating countless hours and doing so much behind the scenes, all while balancing lives and families of their own. We owe so much to those men and to Sarah and the FCSO for finally finding our beautiful mother, sister, grandmother, daughter, and friend. She would be honored to have such a team caring about her and helping her family find peace. We're forever grateful that we can finally say goodbye. Thank you to everyone that has played a part in this blessing. May our mother rest in paradise. Thank you.
All right, so let me just kind of sum up this case for you. We still consider this an active investigation as we still have some unanswered questions. Questions that, frankly, we may never know the answer to. Even after 22 years, we continue to ask anyone with information about Mary Lou Combs' disappearance to come forward. In addition, our cold case unit is still working hard to solve 16 cold cases, 11 homicides, 4 missing persons, and 1 undetermined case. So if you know something, no matter how small, you could have that small piece that will help us bring the truth, will help us bring closure to a family or someone to justice and that victim receiving justice. So please contact the Flagler County Sheriff's Office. Our non-emergency line is 386-313-4911, or you can email tips@flaglersheriff.com. You may also contact Crime Stoppers at 1-888-277-TIPS. Someone out there may still hold a piece of information that helps us complete this investigation or helps us solve one of our other cold cases. We need your information. So before we open it to questions, I'd like to present a few recognition awards, as we couldn't have solved this cold case without a few special people and teams. And for my team at the Sheriff's Office, you will be recognized at our next agency award ceremony. But first, for the FBI, and I won't read this whole thing. Sorry about that, whoever I just knocked out. Hopefully they're still on. But this is the Federal Bureau of Investigation Underwater Search and Evidence Recovery Team Unit Citation.
Just said.
Okay. Okay. And then we also have, for the FBI, the Evidence Response Team, which is your Jacksonville team, I believe, right? And we have individual awards for the team members to give you that we'll ask you to hand out at the appropriate time. Okay. And then also Vern from Hilo and Sub could come forward. Again, it's a certificate of appreciation for all your help. Thank you. I think Tanya wants one.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
And then Ken Fleming from Recon Dive and Recovery. Again, thanks so much. So with that, we'll be glad to open it up to any questions that you may have. Hopefully we can answer them.
Start of it, we're going, oh my God, look at all that metal they had to put in. But yeah, by the end of the video, it's very clear.
Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. And if you're just joining us on Fox 35 TV, we are listening in to the Flagler County Sheriff, that's Rick Staley, who you see there, who just moments ago announced that the remains found inside a car submerged in the Intercoastal Waterway are believed to belong to Mary Lou Combs. She was last seen in August of 2000, who you see there, who just moments ago announced that the remains found inside a car submerged in the Intercoastal Waterway are believed to belong to Mary Lou Combs. She was last seen in August of 2003, had been missing for years. The case went cold. They ended up bringing in some divers and are doing some testing right now to confirm that those remains do belong to Mary Lou Combs, but they believe all indications are that they have found the body of Mary Lou Combs. Just a moment ago, we heard from one of her children talking about the answers that this brings them. Sheriff Staley just started taking questions here. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
During the investigation, there were a lot of speculation and rumors that came in when she was initially reported missing, and actually since then, over the years. None of that has been able to be substantiated. So we think, based on all the evidence that we have, that this was a tragic accident. During that investigation, we had heard other things that went on, whether that may have had a criminal aspect to it, but none of that has been proven. So until we can close those last little loops, the case is still open, but we'll see what the ME comes up with. Okay. Any other questions?
How long will that DNA testing take?
Boy, I wish it was quick. It never is in these cases. You may recall a couple of years ago, we uncovered a skeletal remains in a construction site, and we're still waiting on that. So it's never fast, and it depends on if you're able to extract enough DNA to do the test. I will tell you that the the science is much better than it was when Mary Lou disappeared. And so hopefully, you know, it won't be as long.
Sheriff, is this the first time you guys have partnered with a private company to find a missing person? And if so, what are the implications for your remaining missing person cold cases?
So this is not the first time that we have partnered with volunteers. It is the first time, I believe, that we have partnered in an underwater volunteer location search and recovery. And I don't think there's any implications. I think what it would tell the community and those that have loved ones that we will stop at nothing to bring you an outcome to solve that case. Whether it takes our partnerships like with the FBI, it was amazing. Not only the equipment the FBI had and the ability to do what they did, to suction up all this sediment out of the vehicle and sift through it and categorize it. They sent an anthropologist, you know, I mean, it was look, I'm an FBI National Academy graduate, and I knew the FBI had a lot of stuff. And I knew that they had very capable people. I had no idea that, you know, decades ago, they had this capability and had the forethought to even do that for specific collateral duty unit for underwater recovery of evidence. So, you know, we will use whatever it takes and whatever partnerships we need to bring closure and solutions to a case. So we'll do that every time.
What prompted you to start looking in the intercoastal for?
I'm going to let Detective Scalia answer that question because, come on up, sir.
So like Ken and Vern mentioned, they reached out to me, wanted some case information, and I gave them, you know, where she used to live, her previous places of employment. So 18th Road is about, I think, 4/10 of a mile away from her house. And they did a really good research on the area for the time she went missing and was able to track down that boat ramp and just locate specific areas of interest.
Other questions? Yes.
How far away from the shoreline was the vehicle located?
About 40 feet. About 40 feet, right? 40, 50 feet.
You know how fast the vehicle was going? Do you have an estimate of when it hit the water?
No, there's no way. I mean, any evidence that you would have got on a dirt road is long washed away. So, you know, it was gone. I can't really speak to the investigation that was done when she was reported missing. But what I can tell you is that this is a very different sheriff's office with a lot more capability than it was back then.
Sheriff, you guys talked about 300 ponds, searching such a far area. Can you speak to just how incredible it is that you were able to locate this car and then recover? It sounds like it's a miracle.
Well, it's certainly is finding a needle in a haystack. I mean, if you just look at the intercoastal that's in Flagler County, it's about 18 miles long from end to end and in the width and everything. And that's just one big body of water, and then you have all these other ponds, and we don't have a lot of lakes in Flagler County. God kind of forgot lakes in Flagler, but you know, you're trying to find something that's been somewhere for 22 years, and it's really just good police work, good analysis that gets you, and input from the community. And then, you know, our private partners that came here. So, it probably was a miracle that after all these years it finally was found and there was enough pieces visible. I mean, you saw the sonar picture. It takes quite a lot of experience just to be able to look at that picture and say, hey, we think this is a car that's upside down. Because if you, well, there it is. I mean, that's to an untrained person, that's just something on the bottom of the intercoastal in there. So, you know, it's all of that together.
What about lessons learned from this that you might be able to apply to future cases?
I don't know, Sarah, you're the cold case detective. You got any lessons learned from this other than not give up?
Yeah, not give up, just keep pursuing it, and if someone reaches out with a resource, use it. There's nothing that could go wrong.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best lesson learned. You know, a lot of law enforcement agencies want to keep everything close to your chest, and I think we've proven in this case why it's okay to let other partners in law enforcement come in, but also private individuals that have a skill that you may not have. And I think that would be the lesson that I would say for law enforcement across America. You know, it's okay to get help, and then you'll get results. So.
We went 12 years ago, there was a woman who died in exactly the same place, the same way. So are there any other boat ramps still open where people could just drive in at night and there are no lights there?
Well, we do have boat ramps. I mean, I live on Crescent Lake, and I can tell you there's a very secluded boat ramp near the property that I live at, and it's very dark, and people could, you know, mistake that if they go in there and make a mistake. But I don't know personally. I've lived here 21 years now. That there are any other abandoned boat ramps, if you will, but there could be in there. My helicopter will find it, Pierre.
Just so I'm clear, which one of the two companies came to you first? And it sounds like one of them came and said, "Hey, can we look around here?"
So,
Sir.
Ken and Werner, I call you guys like you have your own individual companies, but
Yeah, we always travel throughout. We traveled as far away as Chicago working on cases together. We came together and talked with Sarah about this.
When all the leads kind of come to an end in a cold case, we look at the possibility of water. You know, the detectives are always looking at investigative means. We're always looking at the water. So when those two come together, sometimes we get answers. To answer this gentleman's question, a lot of our victims, the majority of our victims, are found in retention ponds, small canals, smaller bodies of water, which is what we focused on first. The boat ramp scenario is more common in the Northeast. We don't see it as often here because the Floridians are aware of that danger for the most part. But we have folks with Alzheimer's, dementia, things like that that can accidentally end up in the water, or just a high-speed accident or intoxication as well.
All right, any other questions? Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you to my team and our partners and to our private partners. Thank you. And hopefully you'll get some donations. Thank you.
Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley wrapping up a news conference where he announced some breaking news that we've been following this afternoon. The remains of a missing woman in a Flagler County cold case found after more than 20 years. Mary Lou Combs was 41 years old when she disappeared in August of 2003. Investigators believe she came to the end of a road, essentially a boat ramp, accidentally drove her car into the water, and then it was carried away, filled with water. That car found upside down years later underneath the water with toys inside, with human remains that they believe to be those of Mary Lou Combs. Still an active investigation. The sheriff says they still have some unanswered questions with this and are looking for more information on that. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Give you a live look right now in Miami, where the plane has arrived carrying the gold medalists, the Olympic champion USA men's hockey team. We watched that plane taxi to the gate there, and we're awaiting the arrival of those gold medalists back stateside, arriving in Miami, and they will certainly be cheered on. We saw the water salute on the tarmac there, and certainly a lot of people have been cheering them on. Obviously a huge game against Canada yesterday. Welcome back in to Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. Going to go to Fox 13 Tampa Bay, and we've got senior content producer Nancy Gay, who's joining us live. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to start today in Venice, where a 75-year-old man is facing murder charges in the disappearance of a woman in 2024 who hasn't been seen or heard from since. So police have arrested 75-year-old Ronald Chester Racky for the death of 24-year-old Laken Marie West. Investigators say West was last seen alive on September 13th of 2024. Detectives say phone records initially linked Racky to the victim. And while Racky first claimed that he dropped West off at her home after lunch that day, police say there's no evidence that that ever happened. Now, the investigation took a dark turn when detectives found a journal entry written by West stating that a man had paid her nearly $1,000 to chloroform her. Now, according to a probable cause affidavit, Racky eventually admitted to using the chemical on West and paying her for sexual favors. When police seized Racky's phone, they said that they found photos of the victim bound and naked in Racky's office. The case grew even more disturbing during Racky's stay at a local hospital following a suicide attempt. Medical records obtained by police show a nurse's note where Racky allegedly confessed to, quote, killing 4 women 6 weeks earlier. Police say they are still investigating that claim, but so far they have found no evidence of additional victims. In April of last year, a car detailer told investigators that he cleaned a suspicious stain and noticed an unusual odor in Racky's truck shortly after West vanished. Now, West's body still has not been found. If you have any information that could help investigators, you are urged to call the Venice Police Department or Crime Stoppers at 941-366-TIPS. Garrett?
All right. It's certainly a disturbing case that I know you've been tracking there for a while, but it sounds like a big step forward now with the charges filed.
Yeah, it's definitely a big step forward with these charges filed. Again, she disappeared in September of 2024, and they did interview Racky when they were investigating her disappearance, especially after they found those phone records. But again, he was not charged with her murder. He was charged with second-degree murder last Friday. So it was more than a year after she disappeared that these charges were filed, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. Again, they still do not know where West's body is, and if anybody has any information, they are urged to call police.
All right. Our second story here in the Tampa Connection, and someone going door-to-door shot in Hillsborough County.
Yes, this is definitely gaining a lot of traction on our website. So this shooting actually happened last Wednesday around 8 o'clock when a man and a woman, they were soliciting door to door. They were selling telecommunications devices in Brandon. And that's when police say that Reginald McGee became aggressive with the female who was out there going door to door trying to sell these telecommunications devices. And the two workers, both of them said that they tried to walk away, and that's when McGee physically attacked the man. And during this struggle, investigators say McGee pulled a gun from his waistband and started firing. Now, according to the sheriff's office, McGee did not stop there. He allegedly chased the victim and kept shooting until he completely ran out of ammunition. The victim was hit multiple times in the lower body, and deputies arrived and they rendered aid before this man was rushed to an area hospital. Now, he is expected to survive, and McGee, after the shooting, pleading. He went back into his home, but he did surrender to deputies when they arrived. Now, Sheriff Chad Chronister says that when a disagreement turns into gunfire, it becomes a criminal choice. McGee is now facing several charges, including attempted second-degree murder as well as aggravated battery. We did speak with an attorney who said reasonable use of laws does not apply in this case. He said approaching someone's door does not create a basis to shoot them. A former FBI agent told us that door-to-door sales jobs can be dangerous, but noted that these solicitors should not be knocking on people's doors at night, and also stressed that if a salesperson is making you feel uncomfortable, you should just ask them to leave. If they do not leave after that first time that you ask them to leave, he recommends calling law enforcement immediately and not opening your door. Garrett?
All right, what a scary situation there. Meanwhile, in Manatee County, some questions over the future there.
Yes, a coastal resiliency bill that's moving through the legislature could block plans for a massive new cruise terminal planned near the Tallahassee Aquatic Preserve. Now, State Senator Jim Boyd recently amended the bill to prohibit dredging or filing submerged lands within the 21,000-acre preserve. It's a move aimed directly at a proposal from developers to build a multi-dock terminal at Knott Cowan Tract. The goal, to accommodate mega cruise ships that are simply too tall to pass underneath the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Senator Boyd says the community has made it clear this is not the right spot for a major port, and the area's sensitive coastline must be protected. However, some environmental advocates worry that the bill does not go far enough. The group Suncoast Waterkeeper points out that while the bill reiterates existing protections, it doesn't explicitly ban a large-scale port. They note that the waters in the preserve are currently only about 3 feet deep, and to get these modern megaships in, developers would have to dredge down to 50 feet. Opponents fear that the level of excavation would permanently damage water quality and marine life in a preserve that has been protected since 1986. On the other side, supporters of the project argue that the terminal would be a major economic engine for the region. The bill cleared the Senate on Thursday. A companion bill is expected to be taken up in the House committee sometime this week, and if it is passed and signed into law, the new restrictions would go into effect on July 1st. Garrett?
All right, going to be interesting to see what happens with that. Obviously, still a lot of questions anytime you're talking about something that's moving through the legislature, but going to be interesting to watch.
Yes, it'll definitely be interesting to watch. And also, these citizens, they're all really concerned about what impact this new proposed cruise port would have on the environment and all the animals and everything that lives there, as well as the water quality. So it will be interesting to see what happens from here.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection.
Thank you.
Now from Tampa to Miami, we are still awaiting the arrival of the USA men's hockey team. Keeping an eye out for them at the airport there. This live image coming courtesy WSVN in Miami. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. live look right now in Miami at the airport, awaiting the arrival of the gold medalist, the USA men's hockey team. And from sunny South Florida to snowy New York City, check out 6th Avenue there, where the Northeast just getting slammed with a major blizzard. Welcome back in to Florida Live. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live for our Florida Live forecast. And I mean, we're just seeing all the weather because, we know what they're dealing with there. But here, we're talking about serious drought, and we are really seeing that play out with the risks of fires. And we've seen brush fires in our area again today.
And it's crazy here because it's all connected to that system. The one that brought us, same nor'easter, same system that helped bring the cold to us and the gusty wind. We had a little rain. We obviously need a lot more, but at least it was nice to see a few showers. And I know some parts of Brevard County saw a little more rain. Pretty nasty storms actually rumbled through there yesterday morning, but we need a lot more rain to really eat away at this thing.
We do. And so talk us through the fire weather warnings, what that means, what we're seeing, and why we're really seeing this kind of really come to a head right now.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you mentioned the drought. That's one of the big reasons. And behind a storm system, usually you get drier air, you clear out, and that's exactly what we've seen. So we have really low humidity. We have the gusty wind behind that nor'easter, behind that cold front that brought us some of those showers and thunderstorms yesterday. So between the two and the already dry conditions that we have with the drought, we have the perfect recipe for some of those fires to ignite quickly like we've already seen today. So that's why we have this fire weather warning through the remainder of our Monday afternoon into Monday evening, slated to expire at 7 o'clock. So that's some good news, but still, I mean, humidity eventually creeps back up later on this week, but it's something that we'll continue to see and continue to battle as we progress through the rest of the month and into really March, our kind of wildfire season. But there's a look at some of the relative humidity values through the rest of the day into our Monday afternoon. We can see values around 20%. So that's certainly favorable for fires to ignite, and that's why we have the fire weather warnings that have been issued. And the wind's up around 20 to 25 miles per hour. It's still going to be gusty through really the next 12 hours. It does settle down some tonight, but still through the rest of the evening we're going to have the blustery wind.
Well, and when we're already talking about the risk of fire, when you have those wind gusts, I mean, that just kind of amplifies the risk and the danger of those because of how quickly things can spread if something does spark up, if something does kindle.
For sure, and that's the thing, I mean, say a trailer is being towed behind a vehicle and there's chains flying around, and a little spark could cause a brush fire in the grass just like that, or someone happens to just kind of not really thinking, throw a cigarette butt out the window and it happens to ignite something. So those are two things that something to just kind of not do if possible. Make sure your chains are all secure on your trailers. Make sure you're kind of, not being haphazard in that regard.
Well, and to that end, we know there are still burn bans in place across a lot of the region.
For sure, yeah. I mean, much of Central Florida under a burn ban. So I know in Orange County we have it all year round. But I feel like something to definitely not be attempting in your yard and on your property, especially with the conditions that we have out there now.
Meanwhile, we are talking drought and the wind, but we're back in that cool down. the feeling like winter out there after we're having a nice weekend.
Nice 90-degree day almost on Saturday.
I spent Saturday by the pool, and now it's like I wouldn't even think of it.
What do you mean? No, I was wearing joggers this morning, I had the winter jacket on, walking the dog. I'm like, yep, just a tale of two seasons within just a span of a couple days, Garrett.
And so what's next with the temperatures and where things go from here?
So tonight's certainly going to be the coldest day of the next 7. Coldest night, temperatures down in the 20s for some of us north and west of town, north and west of the Orlando metro. So bundle up out at the bus stop. Freeze warnings for essentially all of us. That's why we have these storm team alerts that we've been talking about over the last couple of days. Wind chills down in the 30s by late this evening, and then 20s really area wide, low to mid 20s tomorrow morning. The wind will be lighter for sure, but even the slightest wind making it feel kind of rough. But tomorrow I think will be a touch warmer than today. We have that freeze potential, so if anyone is getting out to the bus stop, driving early, definitely prepare to grab the winter weather accessories. We'll have those wind chills sneaking back into the upper 20s in Orlando, and that's why we have these freeze warnings and cold weather advisories through 9 a.m. on Tuesday. But finally starting to improve a little bit, but it's going to take a lot longer for the Mid-Atlantic and New England to improve after what they're seeing here the last really 48 hours, Garrett.
Yeah, we're talking about cold here, and I'm glad you put the locator on there so that people don't think that's Ocala or Gainesville.
Coming to us, yeah, that's Gainesville right now. Look at the weather there; it's just terrible. What's different 70 miles can make?
But yeah, just correcting misinformation there.
Yes.
That's Rhode Island,
Yes.
because we know the Northeast, as we kind of touched on and have talked a little bit about throughout the day here, they're just getting hammered right now.
Just
historic storms.
Historic, yeah. I mean, we haven't seen, honestly, a blizzard like this, Gary. It's probably been almost I think of the 2016 blizzard, that was a major one up and down the eastern seaboard, but this one will probably rival that, if not even see some of these snowfall amounts surpass. I'll have to do some digging and see some of the highest snowfall amounts from that storm. But yeah, that's Rhode Island, Warwick, Rhode Island, Massachusetts getting pummeled right now. Looks like the snow's lighting up just a touch from, say, 15, 20 minutes ago, but that's a live look there. Falls River, just a snow globe. Winter wonderland, maybe not a wonderland if you hate the white stuff, but it certainly looks it. There it is, still dumping snow off the New England coastline here this afternoon, and we'll continue to see this start to pull away eventually, but still some snow wrapping around even into portions of Jersey and Delaware here, even eastern Virginia late this afternoon, and eventually this system will start to weekend, and then for us, Garrett, we're starting to warm up little by little, which is good.
Go back to that that last graphic you had. I've got a question for you. Because that looks like a huge system.
Oh my gosh,
Is that normal, or is that a huge system?
It's a big system, and the pressure, believe it or not, Garrett, got down close to what we would see as probably a Cat 2 hurricane. But just it forms differently. When you talk about the atmosphere and how a system forms, obviously in the tropics, we call it like a warm core low. This is a cold core low. It forms in the mid-latitudes, but you can still have a similar look almost. Like there was almost like an eye. It's not that, but it has to do with the different processes that are happening around that center of circulation, just like we would have with a hurricane. But just an impressive system, atmospherically speaking. I feel like all the Mets across the country are just like, wow, it looks like it's like a textbook system kind of thing.
Wow. So when are they going to thaw out? Is there hope for them?
So it's funny. I was actually talking to my parents because they're in Delaware. They got around 20 inches at their house, and their power was out. Went off around 1 a.m. this morning. They had blizzard warnings. Up to essentially the Atlantic coast, the Delaware beaches. But it looks like temps going to moderate probably back into the 40s and 50s, at least across the mid-Atlantic. So it'll probably be a little colder in New England. It'll probably be a slower climb from the freezer. But now with all the snow on the ground, it's going to take, when you have a system that dumps 3 feet of snow almost, it's going to take weeks, even if you have temperatures that are well above freezing. So I think you'll probably see, I didn't think of for us, the snow piles that you see stacked up in the parking lots of stores. You'll probably see those till mid to late spring, probably.
Well, and we're seeing those travel impacts. I'm going to pull up the FlightAware misery map here because I mean, look, if I refresh this here, I'm going to refresh it right now. I refreshed it a little bit ago, but let's see, 351 delays between noon and 4, 730 cancellations. But look at New York, look at Boston, and impacting airports across the country.
Yes.
So you really just see that ripple effect. Even here in our area, people trying to get to get out, to come in, whatever the case might be. So you're really seeing that ripple effect right now in the Northeast from that weather, from that cold and all that snow. 20 inches. That's bizarre.
Isn't that crazy? And yeah, portions of Rhode Island have already seen up beyond 30 inches. So it's going to be just a blockbuster of a system, Garrett, and I'm sure one that many will remember. I mean, I think when I was a kid, we had one that dumped almost 3 feet around Baltimore and D.C. and northbound, and that's one of the reasons I was like, wow. I remember seeing thunder snow for the first time. I'm like, I think I want to go into this. I want to be a meteorologist and talk about all this crazy weather, but Yeah, I remember seeing some lightning strike. I'm sure thunder snow was just a thing that was occurring all over the place at the peak of this thing.
But like you said, that system kind of tied to what we're seeing here, and
Yes.
so where are our temperatures going next?
Yeah, so for us, we're going to start tomorrow is going to be a slight moderation. We'll still have highs close to 60, but then as we head into really Wednesday and Thursday, it's going to be a huge jump. I think right around probably right around 70 on Wednesday, and then temperature just continue to jump from there. But tomorrow we will have the sunshine just like today. Still chilly, just not as windy. But lows, it's funny, we can't kind of have a nice middle ground, Gary. It's either well below normal or we're going back above average, and we'll have the mugginess and the humidity, higher humidity early in this upcoming weekend with lows back in the 60s. But we'll be back closing in on the low 80s as we head through the latter half of the week.
All right, I will take that. I will take that. I a little tired of the ups and downs.
Yeah.
Definitely tired of the downs. And ready for some warmth again.
And I think, which is good news too, already looking ahead to this weekend, maybe if anyone does have plans, might not be a good thing there, but we are expecting some rain.
Okay.
Chances higher on both Friday and Saturday, so that'll be good. I think we'll have some hopefully a little more relief coming from the drought that we've been dealing with.
We know we need that. So we definitely know we need that. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us here for our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
And before we go to break, I want to get your thoughts on visiting Japan, because Orlando International Airport today having the first nonstop direct charter commercial flight from Zip Air. Going to go several times a year between Tokyo and Orlando.
Tokyo Disneyland, sign me. I'm already ready, Garrett. I'm going to book my trip right now.
All right, then you can be the first one to vote in our poll. Would you like to visit Japan? Scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote. We want to know if you would like to visit Japan. There's a lot of things to do there. Obviously, Tokyo Disney, a number of other things as well. But it's certainly going to get a little bit easier now with this new flight and this new connection announced, a direct commercial charter flight from Tokyo to Orlando. So we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. And we're already seeing TJ's vote come in, or at least someone who thinks like him. We want to know what you think. Again, go to fox35orlando.com/vote or pull out your phone right now and scan that QR code. Keep it here on Florida Live. We'll be right back after this. Would you like to visit Japan? It looks like 87% of you right now are saying yes, just 13% of you saying no. We want to know what you think, so let us know. Pull out your phone, scan this QR code, just point your camera at that QR code in the corner, then click on the link that pops up. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote and vote in the Fox Local app. So again, this is, we're talking about this because of a new flight, the inaugural direct flight between Japan, or Tokyo, Japan, and Orlando International Airport arrived just a little bit ago at MCO. It's a chartered commercial flight from Zip Air, and they held a special news conference and a little bit of a ceremony to welcome that flight earlier today. In fact, just a little bit ago. Just in the last hour or so. So a big gateway opened up, going to make things a lot easier. Like if you're like TJ and you know, he was saying really wanted to see Tokyo Disney, just a lot of opportunities that open up with that flight. And officials at that news conference really talking about the historic nature of this and what it does for the tourism industry here in Orlando, and also what it does for folks who want to travel there to Tokyo. Here's a little bit of what the officials said at that airport, or at that news conference at Orlando International Airport.
When we made this announcement in Tokyo last October, it made headlines because it was the first time there'll be passenger charter service between Florida and the Asia-Pacific area. But it also made headlines because Orlando and Tokyo are both Disney destinations, and there are millions of Disney fans, or should I say Disney enthusiasts. And we look forward to welcome all of them here to Central Florida. Many of you may not be aware that today's inaugural flight took about 13 hours, but actually they got some tailwind, so they made it in 12 hours and 40 minutes, so save some time. But really it took over 30 years. I've worked for Orlando International Airport for 32 years and have continuously traveled to Japan, marketing Orlando for a future nonstop flight from Tokyo. Okay. And so here we are today. Thanks to everyone who helped make this possible. I'd like to recognize first our Consul General from Japan, Consul Nakano, Nikki Net, Visit Orlando, Experience Kissimmee, Disney Destinations, Select Florida, and Visit Florida. And lastly, I'd like to recognize the air service team here at Orlando International Airport, who's done such incredible work to get us to this point and arrange today's event. And so now I'd like to introduce our CEO, Mr. Lance Little.
Thank you, Vicki, and good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. I won't touch it, so it won't move. So it's really a great day to be in Orlando International Airport, where we are making history with the first non-stop passenger charter flight from Tokyo. Woo! Tokyo is now one of the more than 170 plus non-stop destinations we serve, and here in Terminal C is where Zip Air passengers will be arriving. Whether they are here to go to Disney or to visit our other theme park attractions, they will be greeted with the best of Central Florida hospitality. During the past few years, our international traffic has grown, resulting in more than 1.4 million more international visitors in 2025 than in 2023. As Florida's busiest airport, the 9th busiest airport in the U.S., and the world's 25th busiest, we are poised to welcome even more international visitors. We think there will be quite an interest here for Zip Air service. Consider that approximately 56% of the Japanese and Asian population in Florida live within 2 hours' drive of Orlando International and have expressed hopes for a direct connection. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, Orlando is known today as one of the fastest growing population among major U.S. regions. And we are positioning our airport to accommodate a growing population as well as bring service to never-before destinations such as Tokyo. This event, this new exciting connection, gives our friends in Tokyo an opportunity to visit and explore Orlando while also providing Floridians a chance to visit Tokyo. Both are beneficial to Zip Air and MCO's shared interest to promote passenger service and provide a rich cultural exchange. It is a bridge that will connect families, businesses, and cultures, enhancing mutual understanding and cooperation. And one of the things why we're also excited about a direct long-haul flight is not just the convenience of the direct connectivity, but also the economic impact associated with a long-haul flight. There is direct, indirect, and induced activity that results in huge economic impact, both to Tokyo and to here in Orlando as well. So I'd like to give a special thanks to Vicky. Can we hear it from Vicky again? 30 years. Thank you, Vicky. The Air Service Development Team and our entire MCO staff for creating this opportunity. To our partner at Zip Air, we thank you for choosing Orlando International, believe in our market, and for joining us on this historic journey. Together, let us embark and build in a future of connection and prosperity. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Morimoto from Zip Air Tokyo. I'd like to thank everyone for coming here today and joining us on the stage. Again, of course, with the MCO airport staff, of course, the City of Orlando, the Disney friends we have here. We couldn't have done this without you. Look, we're just one airline here. With one airline, you can't do so much. It's me, myself, and I. What we do here is we create a network, a global network, and have assistance and help with us to make this happen. We talked to them like 2 years ago to make this happen, and it's actually happening right now. Zip Air, if you guys don't know, we actually were established in 2018, so it's about only 7 to 8 years at this point. In the last 5 years, we've actually established 10 international destinations. This is our first one to Florida, and first flight, second flight, third flight is basically sold out. And also from Florida to Japan is also sold out as well, so it's really, really good. Like Zip Air is like no other airline. We're really new. We're really hip in a sense. We actually tailor to the younger generation, 20 or 30-year-olds. We're looking forward to getting more people to Japan and visit us. And again, we just want to thank you again. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you here at Orlando International Airport to celebrate the first Zip Air nonstop flight from Tokyo to Orlando. On behalf of all of us at the Walt Disney World Company, we are truly delighted to see the launch of these long-awaited direct flights. Today represents an exciting new chapter in the connection between our two destinations. We would like to extend our sincere appreciation to Zip Air, the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, and all the partners who worked so hard to make this service possible. Launching an international nonstop route requires vision and collaboration, and we are grateful for your commitment to strengthening the ties between Japan and Orlando. What makes today especially meaningful is the convenience that this nonstop service provides. For Japanese guests, the flight significantly reduces travel time and eliminates many of the hassles that can come with connecting itineraries. A smoother, more direct journey makes Walt Disney World more accessible than ever, and the ease of travel allows families to focus on what's most important, each other, and the excitement and anticipation and the memories that they'll create together. Japan is one of our most loyal and valued international markets. The passion for Disney among Japanese guests is truly extraordinary, and we are honored that so many of them choose to come around the world to visit us here in Florida. Each Disney destination is unique. Here at Walt Disney World, the guests experience the largest and most expansive Disney destination in the world. With 4 theme parks, 2 water parks, over 25 resort hotels, and an incredible range of dining, entertainment, and recreation, it truly is the most magical place on earth. That scale, combined with Florida's beautiful weather, allows us to offer experiences that simply cannot be found anywhere else. To celebrate this inaugural service, we have prepared a special welcome for many of the guests arriving on Zip Air's charter flight. They will enjoy a dedicated character experience at Epcot, as well as reserved viewing for our nighttime spectacular Luminescence, The Symphony of Us. We want their arrival to feel joyful, personal, and uniquely Disney from the very first moment. While today marks the beginning with 4 round-trip charter flights, we hope that is just the start. We look forward to continued growth and the possibility of expanded nonstop service in the future. So to all of our friends in Japan, we say welcome, and we look forward to seeing you real soon. Thank you, and congratulations to everyone who made this milestone possible.
So a lot of excitement for that, with that first flight arriving earlier today, just a little bit ago at MCO. Meanwhile, we are still keeping a close eye at Miami, waiting for Team USA, the hockey gold medalists, to walk through that door back stateside. Again, it's a live look in Miami right now. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we want you to keep it here. We're going to keep an eye on things in Miami, awaiting the arrival of the team. Also have some other things to get to in our time that we have left. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back with more in just a couple of minutes. Live look right now along Florida's Space Coast from our Launch Credit Union camera. That is Artemis 2 on the launch pad, but not for much longer. Crews at NASA expected to roll Artemis back to the VAB after another delay announced that's likely going to push back the launch at least a month, from March to April. So another delay in that launch of 4 crew members to go around the moon. I had the chance to speak with Dr. Don Platt from the Florida Institute of Technology, who broke down what we know about the issue that led to that delay and where things go from here.
Yeah, certainly it's unfortunate that they're facing yet another problem after it looked like they were doing pretty well with this latest, what they call wet dress rehearsal, or basically sort of a simulated countdown just to verify that all the systems are up and running. The first time around, they had some hydrogen leaks, and this time it appears to be helium that's the culprit. And so unfortunately, these tanks are in a location that they can't really get to very easily on the pad. And so that means wheeling it all the way back to the VAB and spending a bunch of time in the hangar there working on the rocket.
Is this an issue that they've dealt with before?
Yeah, similar kinds of things happen fairly often. Unfortunately, as you probably know, helium is a very light gas. You know, we think of it like in birthday balloons, and if you let go of that balloon, it's gone. And so it likes to sort of find every little tiny crack that it possibly could find. And unfortunately, it has done that again in this instance here. So yeah, helium can be very tricky to deal with.
And obviously an issue that they're taking seriously because, you know, we've talked before about the rollout and the rollback and how big of a process that is. So this is clearly, something that's important if they're going to take that step to, the hours-long journey of rolling it back to the VAB to work on.
Yeah, unfortunately, the helium is needed for some very important things like propulsive maneuvers in space. It essentially pressurizes the propellant tanks. And so they can't lose any helium or they may get stuck in a situation where they can't do the burns to, honestly, to get the astronauts back home. So we have to take this very seriously.
So what happens now as they work to fix it?
So it'll take a few days to get it back into the VAB and get the platforms ready to go. And then after that, it'll essentially be taking apart some of the pieces of the rocket to sort of narrow down the exact location, if they haven't done so already, of where the leak is. And then they'll probably have to replace some components. And then, of course, once they start buttoning things up a little bit, then they'll have to do some testing there in the big vehicle assembly building to make sure that they fix the problem, then button the rocket back together, and then prepare for that whole big, long journey back to the launch pad again.
We talked about, how this is something that, let me ask it this way. Is it discouraging at all to the crews to, you mentioned the wet dress rehearsal, how things seem to be going well with that. Things seem to be on track for what they were hoping for, a March 6th launch. To have an issue like this pop up, that they have to delay it at least another month, is that discouraging to the crews working on this, you think, to see this and have to delay things?
Well, of course, the people working on it are human, and they want to see this launch as much as anybody else does. And so certainly there is some level of disappointment here. They're all very much professionals, though, and they understand that what they're doing is very important, and safety can't take a back seat. So if there's an issue, they have to deal with it. It's kind of like, if you get onto an airplane and suddenly the pilot comes over the radio and says, "Oh, we found a problem with the airplane," you don't want to just say, "Yeah, let's go. I got to get to my appointment." We have to be very safety conscious here. And everybody recognizes that safety is the highest priority. And if there's a problem, we need to fix it now before we get into a situation that we might regret later.
Yeah, especially when you're talking a crewed flight. I mean, it was just last week we heard the reports, release of the report looking into Starliner, where they said there wasn't enough of a priority on safety. There were things that were done that probably should not have been done, some boundaries that were pushed that should not have been pushed. And so, when you coming on the heels of that report, probably not surprising to see, whatever precautions need to be taken to be taken.
Sure. And in a way, I suppose it's actually somewhat encouraging from the point of view, if anyone was concerned that there was suddenly additional pressure on the Artemis program to, once again, maybe beat the Chinese to the moon. And, with all of the recent talk about stepping up the lunar lander program and finding alternatives if necessary to get there as soon as possible, then, obviously they wouldn't be making these decisions to take the time needed to be safe. So I think in that way, it shows that NASA is still looking at this from the point of view of crew safety above any kind of milestones or, any kind of a space race, if you will.
Dr. Don Platt from the Florida Institute of Technology and the Spaceport Education Center. We are just about out of time here on Florida Live, our 2 o'clock hour that also airs on Fox 35 TV. But we are still standing by for the arrival of the U.S. men's hockey team in Florida. This is a live look in Miami right now, where we're waiting on them to arrive. We know their plane has landed, just waiting to see them as they walk through the airport. We know there are folks holding signs and a big crowd excited to see them and cheer them on after their big gold medal win over Canada yesterday in the Olympics. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and give you a live look again in Miami, awaiting the arrival of the U.S. men's national team. It is 3 o'clock on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube now, as we do keep an eye out for that gold medal hockey team after beating Canada yesterday in the Olympics. Tracking a number of other big stories today as well, and I want to just circle back to something that we had for you earlier during our 11 o'clock hour. That was when we heard from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood, who talked about a disturbing case where a 12-year-old is now facing charges in connection with a school shooting threat and plan that was outlined in a manifesto posted online. And the sheriff says essentially this was planned to be a Columbine-scale shooting in Volusia County. That the 12-year-old, again, now arrested and facing charges. Here is Sheriff Chitwood talking about this case, this investigation, how they were able to track down that 12-year-old and make an arrest.
I could just start from the beginning. How did you guys get this tip, and what did you receive as a tip?
4-5 Florida tip comes in that somebody is going to shoot up Southwestern Middle School, and that they have a manifesto, a 13-step manifesto on how they anticipate to do this. So our school behavioral assessment unit automatically begins an investigation. They're able to identify the person in the post as a who goes by the and they're able to do some interviews of classmates. Some people that she mentions inside of the manifesto, the person who sits in front of her in class, and obviously, it talks about, killing as many students as they can, talks about shooting and killing the school resource officer, talks about the teacher whose classroom they're going to go in the cafe, and then how at the end of the day, they're going to sit down and end their life, and how they want to be cremated. She admires a killer from 1984, a guy who was in the Satan and Satanic Principles, who killed and tortured another teenager, and that's actually the picture she uses on her Facebook page. So obviously, we have to jump all over these things as we do. This isn't the first time that this student threatened to shoot the school up. From what I'm understanding, it probably occurred last year to do that. Our responsibility is to protect 64,000 students, protect the teachers, and protect the support staff. There is zero tolerance. What is disturbing about this is this was a well thought out plan. It talks about where to hide in a ditch. It talks about how to bring the guns into the school. It talks about who to target. So of all the threats that we arrest, this wasn't one where somebody just sat down and said, I'm bringing a gun to school to shoot one person. This was talking about a massive shooting on the scale of Columbine. That's the words that our person who's doing the threats is looking at. So
When you guys, went to her house, did she have guns? Did her parents have guns?
I don't know the answer to that, but we'll find it. No gun. Yeah. Okay. The answer to that is no.
Okay.
So
no guns.
But
regardless,
I do want to say, kids get a hold of guns very easily. It doesn't necessarily have to be in their parents' home. In today's day and age, they know where to buy guns on the streets. We have two incidents that occurred not in our jurisdiction, one with an 8-year-old with a gun on a playground in Daytona, and one with a 11-year-old on a school bus in St. Johns County. So the kids know where to get guns. This is really concerning, the fact that all of these steps were lined up on exactly what to do from step 1 to step 13, to how to end their life and how they want to be remembered for what they did.
So when you guys posted this, of course, a lot of people jumped right to the line that says due to bullying. Obviously, this is a very extreme reaction to bullying, but what do you have to say about that I guess maybe this kid was pushed to that point?
That's no excuse to be writing out a manifesto and talking about how you're going to wipe people off the face of the earth. There are steps in place that you go to and you use. There are school counselors, the principals, there are other teachers there, there's law enforcement. There's so many other ways to deal with this, other than everybody say, well, yeah, that's justified, because I read some of the things. Oh, well, they're getting bullied, what do you expect? No, that's not what you expect. That's not how you handle things in the real world. When you have a problem, there's a mechanism that you follow. There's a reason why we have all these school counselors there. There's a reason why there's mental health folks on campus there. There's a reason why teachers and principals are trained on how to deal with these issues. But grabbing a gun or sitting down in front of on Discord and posting out step by step how you're going to wipe out a school and kill the resource officer while you're doing it, you're going to get locked up for. You're getting arrested. That's the bottom line.
What do you have to? But you talked to some of the other kids about this threat. How are they feeling? Like, what's the?
Well, they helped us identify who this person was because it sent their handle was kind of a cryptic handle, and then we had to go down the road to where even one of the kids told us who sits in front of her, who said, yeah, she's kind of weird, and we do say things to the weird kids in class, which happens to all of us, right? Happened to me. I'm sure it happened to everybody. But again, that doesn't justify wiping out whatever. I think there's a lot going on there that we don't know. The person who was listed in there, we looked at as a co-defendant, and really they didn't have any culpability. The mom did tell us that he had some tragic things that happened in his life, and that he was extremely, extremely an angry young man. Now, he didn't take the overt steps that he did, but she mentions him in there of how both of them are going to carry out this mass shooting.
11, 12 years old.
11, 12 years old. Idolizing Columbine. Columbine was model. She says it in the manifesto. And then idolizing and using on your Facebook page a killer from 1984 who practiced satanic rituals and tortured his victim, his teenage victim, before he killed that young person. It was a case out of New York.
What's it like for you seeing threats and actual shootings happen with younger and younger?
I think this incident that occurred culminated a horrible weekend for us here in the Family Reunification Center. An 11-year-old who tried to kill herself in St. Johns County with a gun on the school bus, and the gun malfunctioned. An 8-year-old gets a hold of a gun after a playground dispute and goes out into a playground, an 8-year-old with a gun, and threatens to shoot up the playground. And then the tip comes in on this one, and it just makes you sit back and say, somewhere along the line, we're missing the boat here. Somewhere along the line, all of us, as parents, grandparents, law enforcement, mental health workers, somewhere along the line, to see these 3 incidents in a 36-hour period says there's a huge problem out there in society. And sadly, schools are no different than society itself. Schools are a microcosm of what's going on in the adult world. And again, I don't know the answer to it. I know for us, it's to act as we're doing. Behavioral assessment unit, jump on these things, hold the person accountable. Yeah, this person didn't have any firearms, but that does not negate the fact that they can get their hands on firearms. As we saw, everybody knows where to go to get guns. And we had an incident recently in Deltona. A bunch of teenagers hold a house party. Kids know dad's got guns in there, burglarize dad's house, they take 20, 30 guns out. Over a house party when dad was away. I think we all have had house parties when their father was away or their mother was away. Now they go in there and they're looking to say, I can get my hands, I can get access to firearms doing this.
Pivoting a bit, Volusia County and everywhere in Central Florida has had kind of a problem with e-bikes. You guys just had a 5-year-old hit.
Yeah, thankfully, this could have been a lot worse. We do have video of the person on that e-bike, and we are hopeful that when we put that information out there, we're going to be able to make an arrest in this case. But little guys run into the water, 2 people on an e-bike, and they hit them. They stop and say, "Are you okay?" And then they take off and they leave. We've seen it where I've had an elderly couple been struck by e-bikes, end up with broken hips, broken legs. Unfortunately, I don't think the legislature is ready to tackle the e-bike problem. There was a group of sheriffs that got together. We think we crafted some good legislation, but it's not gaining any traction. So what we're doing here is when we're out there, we're running radar on these e-bikes, and we're going to try to enforce the motor vehicle code that way, hit them on that statute, and then maybe the county will be able to pass some kind of an ordinance that forces these e-bikes at least into the traffic lane for us, so they're a lot easier to control than allowing them to zip around all over on the beach like now. But it's a matter of time, and we see it. You talk to Arnold Palmer, and they'll tell you the number of e-bike injuries coming in, the trauma alerts, it's just off the chart.
So that was Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood earlier today, giving us details about what we know about the 12-year-old that is facing charges in connection with an alleged plot that you heard was apparently very detailed, according to investigators. I also want to circle back with a story that we're continuing to follow, and that is a shoplifting suspect shot outside an Orange County Walmart last night after being accused of shoplifting, and we have learned that the suspect was armed. We should note it's the second time in about a week that a shoplifting suspect has been shot by deputies. The one last week that we brought you updates on was in Osceola County. Earlier today, I talked with former sheriff's detective and investigator Jamie Copenhaver, who put in perspective for us the police response to incidents like this, an increase in shoplifting cases across the country, and what it means moving forward.
Yeah, let's talk about the latter case here in Orange County. The sheriff just spoke on the press conference. Multiple commands given by deputies to that suspect. He had a mask on, talking about martial law. So it certainly sounds like the mental capacity may have been triggered, and he may be on the spectrum, right? But nevertheless, 2 knives were recovered from that. The takeaway from that, they gave multiple commands, utilized less lethal force with that taser, but he continued to reach for something. One can only suggest one of those knives that he had in his possession.
And you can see the investigators had said that they believed he had a cart that was full of items, and you saw it in a shot there just a second ago. We know that shoplifting is something that we have we've heard over the past few years has just continued to be a growing problem for retailers. And now this is 2 really high-profile incidents in the past week here in our area that kind of shows what's happening. I mean, you can kind of see the cart there. There are a lot of items there.
Yeah, I mean, it was stacked full, right? Had a Bluetooth speaker in it, so it wasn't like he was going in there for food. Maybe down on his luck, et cetera, and just needed to go in and steal some food for him or his family. I mean, a Bluetooth speaker, it certainly sounded like he had a shop-a-thon, Garrett, within the Walmart confines. And then, the only thing about it is he didn't pay for those items and fled that store without paying. Luckily, the sheriff's office had deputies nearby that responded to that call in a quick fashion and was able to engage him right outside of the Walmart in the driveway, if you will.
A little bit different than the circumstances of the incident last week in Osceola County. We'll show some video for that because we did, this one happened inside the store. A teenager was shot and killed in that. They said, investigators said that he was armed. We know there were other suspects as well that investigators had searched for, but this certainly seems like are we seeing an escalation in tactics when it comes to shoplifting? I mean, this isn't someone walking in and sliding things across a self-scan checkout and throwing it in a bag and trying to get away with it. It seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's stereotyping. You think of a shoplifter as someone hiding items under their coat and, kind of concealing those items and slipping out the door without paying them, right? Or even the self-checkout line, you'll, do 1 for me and 2 for you, right? Here's the deal. These shoplifters are brazen. Garrett, the viewers need to understand it's a multi-billion-dollar problem nationwide with theft or retail theft. Many of these stores, to include Walmart, has undercover people that are looking for shoplifters, right? So we've heard these stories in the past where a shoplifter will run out of the store and be tackled by, perhaps an employee from the store, a guest that's shopping there. We've seen a couple people ran over. We've actually seen a few shootings over the years, but it certainly appears in the last week here with these 2 latest ones, both of them had weapons. So very concerning. The teenager that was, was fatally shot and killed certainly was armed. So, you've got to know your surroundings, know your exit points, because it's quite dangerous in these retail spaces for these hoodlums that come in and try to take advantage of the good people.
That has to be concerning. You mentioned, we know there are loss prevention officers and security at many of these stores, but it has to be concerning to see cases where, or to even just think about the possibility of people, coming in armed and maybe being willing to take some risks or some chances when it comes to shoplifting. That certainly makes things harder on the security teams and the law enforcement that are tasked with not only preventing that, but making sure everyone there stays safe.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen past cases where employees or, the loss prevention folks will apprehend someone and chase them outside of the store and end up getting fired. So, most of these retail locations have a pretty strict policy on when to engage and when not to engage, right? If it's inside the store, you're going to see some type of engagement or approachment by these loss prevention folks, but you really shouldn't run outside and chase these individuals. That Bluetooth speaker is just not worth someone's life, Garrett. So, it's a wise choice to stay inside. However, that being said, this one that occurred up in Apopka, that occurred within the confounds inside that Walmart. So, it wasn't out in the parking lot or the driveway. It was inside the store. And think of the shoppers. It was full of shoppers. A lot of people's lives were at risk of that. And it's my understanding an off-duty officer actually saved that incident by certainly challenging that young man that was armed with that firearm. So, thank goodness he stepped in. We don't know what would have happened otherwise.
And I want to ask you too about law enforcement responding to situations like this. You mentioned the one that happened inside a Walmart. Obviously, that's a tricky situation because at that point, like you said, you are talking about other shoppers in the area, other people who are there that you certainly don't want to get hurt.
No, and we don't want to see our law enforcement personnel get hurt either. So, they have to approach that. Garrett, there's literally no such thing as an average or just another shoplifting call. And, both of these cases should be waking up the viewers. I mean, you don't know what you're going to go in when you get that call dispatched to you. It's not always the man or woman just slipping a loaf of bread under their skirt or shirt, right? A lot of these shoplifters become violent when they're approached. They don't want to get caught. They don't want to get charged with that retail theft. But here's the bigger picture. Once they start combating and fighting, that turns into an armed robbery, if you will. And it certainly escalates to a felony. So, hats off to everyone involved in both of these cases. I think they acted well measured. Unfortunately, 2 people were shot, one fatally, one in the hospital. Sounds like he's going to recover. But, I hope this is the end of the shoplifting rash that we're seeing, because they're just shouldn't go down like this, right?
Yeah, it's certainly frightening to see. And like you said, turning into an armed robbery. That is what the suspect in this Orange County one is charged with. They say he was wearing a ski mask even. So certainly a frightening situation.
Really quick on the last that occurred last night at Walmart with the 2 knives that were recovered. Law enforcement's trained, Garrett, that if it's an edged weapon, something other than a gun, if you will, you have a 21-foot rule. So meaning speed and distance. It doesn't take a lot for a suspect armed with an edged weapon to get to the officer very quickly. So, you're wanting to watch for that 21-foot rule. It's a pretty common standard practice. Put the knife down, you give minute commands. This case, they, deployed the taser, but once that suspect's within that 21-foot rule, it's probably going to end up in a shooting.
Right, Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator. We always appreciate your perspective, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this morning.
Thank you, Garrett.
So here's a live look at the airport in Miami. Still awaiting the arrival of the men's hockey team. We've seen some folks come off, but certainly exciting to see the arrival. We know a lot of fans standing by for this. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Awaiting the arrival any minute now. Starting to see some hockey players from the gold medal men's hockey team arrive back stateside. This is a live look in Miami where they have arrived in the last little bit, and starting to see some of the equipment come off. Certainly a lot of excitement for them. We do know there are folks inside the airport. They're holding signs and ready to cheer them on the moment they see those gold medalists get off the plane. So we're keeping an eye on that. And while we are watching that over our last few minutes here, we got some new news today when it comes to the theme parks, specifically Disney and Hollywood Studios, and had the chance to speak with Drew the Disney Dude about that news and what it means for fans.
It's funny because I look back to 2020 when Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway opened, and that kind of concluded that transformation. I'm like, well, now they're going to move on to Epcot and Magic Kingdom, and Hollywood Studios is kind of where it's at for the future. I was very, very wrong. There are so many things coming to the park. What we're going to be talking about today is the magic of Disney animation. Then you have Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets opening this summer, The Mandalorian and Grogu coming to Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run, and Monsters Inc. Land, Monstropolis in the years ahead. So a ton of transformation, but the magic of Disney animation is what Disney shared new details about today. This is kind of a return to form in my opinion. Back when the park first opened as Disney MGM Studios, you saw this working animation studio. Some of Disney's beloved classics like Lilo and Stitch were animated in the park at Hollywood Studios. That building is still there today, but now it's offices, but they're bringing back the magic of Disney animation, kind of bringing this new era, a reimagined version of teaching this new generation of kids how do movies come to life? How does all this stuff work? So I'm very excited for it, but there's one specific offering that I'm really excited about.
And what might that be, Drew?
Yes, it's called Olaf Draws. So this is a reimagined learn how to draw experience, but it's going to have an Olaf audio animatronic. This was not on my bingo card at all, but I'm very happy that it's happening. The fact that Josh Gad is returning as Olaf with new dialogue, the fact that Walt Disney World and Walt Disney Imagineering are spending money on an audio animatronic that's going to be there right in front of you for an extended period of time. You know, I love animatronics. Anyone who knows me knows that I love animatronics, but on the rides, sometimes you pass them very quickly, so you don't get to appreciate their detail. Here, you're sitting in front of this figure for, 10, 15 minutes. That's a great way to fully appreciate an animatronic. Josh Gad also is just loves this character so much. He's always so involved with the community, so it doesn't shock me one bit that he was on board with coming back. But the thing that I will mention is that the animators at Walt Disney Animation Studios are going to be pre-recorded on digital media throughout the room. So you're going to kind of have that back and forth of humorous moment between Olaf. Olaf's a snowman. He doesn't know how to draw one bit. So they're teaching Olaf how to draw, and then that's going to kind of translate that humor between the guests and the kids in the audience. So before it was just, you're coming in, you're learning how to draw, that's it. It's more straightforward to the point. Now it's more of an experience, kind of making it this back and forth between the guest, the character, the animators, and I think that there's a lot of potential there to make it really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's neat to kind of think about that, interactivity, that create that connection between fans and some of those artists as well.
Yeah, and also just the fact that Walt Disney Animation Studios has such a rich legacy. That's kind of what this whole experience is drawing back to, is this Once Upon a Studio short film that just released in 2023 that was celebrating 100 years of the Walt Disney Company. That short film, to this day, I'm still I can't believe that we got this. So they took the inspiration from that short film to kind of use that as the genesis of the idea for this entire attraction and courtyard coming to Hollywood Studios in the late summer. I am very excited for it. Now, something else I did want to mention that kind of really leans into that DNA of the history of Disney animation and how they're not just making this fun and immersive like they always like to talk about, but how they're actually doing that through the experiences in the attraction, and that's at Off the Page. So Off the Page is where you're going to get to meet those fan favorite Disney characters, but each of those meet and greet areas is actually themed to a different department that you could see at the actual Disney animation headquarters out in California. So you're kind of getting a unique version of what you would see at the actual building. A perfect example is right there on screen with Rapunzel. You're kind of seeing how you're walking into that scene, entering the environment where Rapunzel would be in a movie. So you're not just walking up and it's like this temporary backdrop. It's fully themed as if you stepped into their world. The characters we have confirmed so far are Mulan, Rapunzel, Chip and Dale, Donald, Daisy, Goofy, and Stitch. And that's a pretty fun lineup right there. Stitch, again, like I mentioned earlier, Lilo and Stitch was animated at this building decades ago. So bringing Stitch back, pretty cool full circle moment.
Yeah, and I'm struck by something you said a little bit ago, and kind of returning to that DNA of what for a while made Hollywood Studios. Do you think that's something they kind of strayed from for a little bit, and are now realizing there's an appetite to kind of return to that, as what makes it a little bit different, almost like a movie studio?
Yeah, I fully agree. And I feel like recently, again, no one has to agree with me on this by any means, but I feel like in recent years, since Bruce Vaughan returned to Walt Disney Imagineering, the vision and the creative leadership and the resources and the funding has been much better than what it was even pre-pandemic. I feel like we're really kind of getting back on track to Disney understanding what the guests want and also doing a better balance of IP and kind of those classic offerings. Now, yes, there's no hiding and no surprising that what Disney does now is led by IP and business decisions. What you can see there, like I talked about, you have The Mandalorian and Grogu coming to Galaxy's Edge, you have Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets, and Monsters Inc. Land. All of that is very heavily driven by IP. But I would not be surprised at all if they said, hey, we need to balance this out just a little bit. What is something that we can offer our diehard Legacy fans, our annual pass holders?
Our conversation with Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude. You can find that full thing on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are out of time. We've wrapped up 4.5 hours of live streaming here. When I hand things off to the